it's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Econ, go. Defeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see what we on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
AMC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10. Okay, you sound good.
Hey, this is not financial advice. Remember, oh wait, when you made the housing market crash, the planet of the apes, and we just want our parents' money back. We can see it in your face that you ain't think we would remember that. Ring, 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 Kenny, boy, you better answer that. Someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. I'm a smooth-brained ape, but not as smooth as where I purchased at. My average so low, it's like I don't know what I'm swinging at. Hey, old man, how many times do we gotta teach you that we make dumb amounts of money, so we don't mind it when you call us that? It's ironic that they talk fundamentals while their pockets bleed just to fundamentals. No bots, no shills, no FUD accepted when you address the apes in a different mess. Cause our favorite breakfast is a tasty dip. Every red candle always leaves a wick that consolidates for just a little bit. We draw rocket ships and watch it rip. We came up out the jungle, we ain't scared to be broke. We're just a bunch of dumb gorillas. Why you mad at us, bro? Because we made your game stop, and now we're the stars of the show. We take aim, see the moon, that's where the apes wanna go. I said, someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Coming back.
There it is! There it is! There it is! There it is! Look at that freaking boom boom candle, baby! Let's go! Holy freaking crap, and it's still ripping! It's still freaking ripping, baby!
Someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Coming back.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. A little bit of a classic there to go back to. I thought you guys might enjoy that a little bit. Who didn't? Oh man, those were the good old days. D-Day today. Today is D-Day. I always remember D-Day because it happens to be my firstborn son's birthday today. So happy birthday to Bradley. It's just a little homage to him. He's going to be 22 years old today. He already had his 21st last year, so 22 now. And he's still kicking and breathing. I made it through. I got a 22-year-old out there. Can you believe that, guys? That's crazy. That's so crazy. They grow up so quick. They always say enjoy the younger years while you can. It's so true. It flies by. It doesn't seem like it when you're in the moment, but it flies by so fast. And next thing you know, they're 22. But yeah, happy birthday to him. He's not awake yet. And so what's going to happen here is I'm waiting to find out. I didn't ask him last night because I didn't want to bother him last night. But I'm going to find out what his song of choice is for the day-to-day. So that's why we got an old classic OG song there for the day-to-day, because I just kind of figured, like, look, I'll put that in for filler until he wakes up this morning. I say happy birthday, what song you want for your birthday today. So we'll figure out what we're going to do for another song for later. Let's see here. Today is the youngest you'll be for the rest of your life, Donkey Kong says. Is there any specific news that's out now that anybody wanted to talk about? I don't have anything specific that... Let me just check my Twitter feed here. I did see... I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but Elon Musk had posted out that he's got his shuttle launches going off today. And I sent him a tweet and I said, hey... any chance I could use your shuttle launch for my live stream? I've been streaming for 3 years. Would just kind of be curious if I could put your more kind. Thanks, hon. Just brought me a coffee. Can I put your more current shuttle launch in there under the live stream that I'm doing? But I don't really expect to hear back from them. I just thought I'd try. I'd throw it out there, see what happens. It never hurts. Yeah. Let me take a sip of this coffee because I haven't had any coffee yet here. Nice and hot. Ooh, too hot. Stella says, speaking of classics, I miss AMC and ADHD. I know. I took it out a long time ago. I had somebody say, like, dude, why do you always blame it on ADD? And it's like, I was like, well, I was like, that's a good point. I don't like blaming stuff on, I've got all kinds of stuff wrong with me. It's like, I just got to stop blaming it on that. So I went ahead and changed it. I was like, you know what? You're right. You live up and beyond and outdo the disabilities that you have in life, and you be better. I've always said that, and so for me to throw that up there in part of the title, I was like, that's just an excuse. So, and I don't need an excuse. I just am who I am. So I took it out. Let me clean off my glasses here real quick. And we will take a look at the numbers. Well, that's what I'm trying to do, Stella. I'm trying to embrace it. Instead of putting it in the title, I'm just going to embrace it. And just be like, you know what? No, screw it. I got it. I know I got it. Nobody else needs to know that. It's just who I am. Mike says, good morning from Corpus Christi. When are you going to be in Corpus? We're leaving later this month. We'll probably be down there around like the 22nd or something like this. Is it 20? When do we got to head down to Croker, son? 23 to 26. She just said 23 through 26, and we'll be... Port A. Yeah. We'll be in Port A. All right. Thanks, Stella, man. Love you too. Full FOMO. I got my glasses on. They're all cleaned. I'm ready to go. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen here for a minute while I make sure I'm logged into my account. All right, I am. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you do not have it, please make sure you guys sign up for that. If you want to, it's your choice. But it could help prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up with your broker. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to put a secondary device in there, so in case something happens to your primary, no problems, right? And then last but not least, but the very most important thing here that I'm going to say to you guys is make sure you have a statement of your portfolio. And the reason I say this is because it's upon you to know what it is that you're holding. Anytime there's changes with your portfolio and with your broker, you need to have a record of that, and so make sure you're keeping a record of that someplace so that you have that, and you know what it is that you're holding on to. I am going to throw out a little story here. I'm going to take you back over to the other page. I'm going to take you back over to the other page because I'm going to tell you a little story. I forgot about this. I had a person who told me yesterday, and I don't want to name out any names, but I did have a person who told me yesterday that they had. When they voted, their vote count did not match the same amount of shares that they were holding. And I asked them questions, and I said, like, do you have other accounts? Is it a cash account? Is it an account where you're loaning shares? I asked a bunch of questions. Everything seems legit. And what they're telling me, and I don't want to say the broker's name, or their name, just because I don't want to, divulge any information here that I shouldn't. But what I'll say is that this is a very well-known broker. The broker said that they didn't know why the amount of shares that he voted for, which they did confirm was the wrong amount. It was less by 20%, 20% less shares than what he actually holds. They don't have a reason for him yet. They're getting him a reason, and
And one of the things that, some of the different steps or processes that he's going to have to go through here is to document the issue. And part of that whole process of documenting the issue is to gather all relevant documentation and evidence, including account statements, transaction records, and any communications with the broker that supports their claim that the shares were loaned out without their permission, if that's what the case is. If they come back and they say, oh, well, those shares appeared to have been loaned out, and he'll be like, well, I wasn't signed up to anything. I didn't have those shares loaned. But he needs to have those documentation present with his statements. Remember, I keep telling you, download those statements, have them for your portfolio from your broker, so you know what it is that you're holding. Because if something happens at some point or another, and similar to something like this, you'll have proof. So make sure you're doing that documenting portion on your part for your own protection. So, anyways, that's an ongoing story. As it develops, I'll let you guys know what we end up finding out about that. But my hunch is that they're going to come back and tell him that his shares were loaned out because he had those purchase shares prior to the date of record, and he's in an account that shouldn't have any lending going on. So the only possible thing that would cause me to think that that those shares wouldn't be accounted for would be is either they don't have them, and usually the reason they don't have them is because they're on loan. That would be the only guess that I have. So we'll get to the bottom of it, and I'll keep you guys posted on that story. But I think it's an important story to kind of note because that's one of those things that when we were voting and only 18% of us did so, you should be checking that stuff. More of us need to be checking and verifying that our brokers are doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing instead of just being just lazy about it. And that's a great way to verify what it is that you hold. All right. Let me take you. Well, so Donkey Kong says, I refuse to believe apes don't vote. That's definitely something going on. Fishy going on. Well, think about that for a second, though. If 20% of his votes were not accounted for, and that was across the board for a lot of people, think about how many shares that would be that would not be voted for, that would have otherwise been voted for. Kind of crazy, right? UPS delivery guy says, I had the same problem, Casey. Fidelity, if you need proof, I can work on it tonight. I don't need any proof. You need proof. But if you had that same problem, then we got issues, and we need to figure out what the heck's going on here, because sounds to me like there is. Okay, so remember how we were talking yesterday about commonalities? There's a commonality right there that you just listed, and so I'm just gonna say you're not the only person that I know of, you UPS delivery guy, that had that happen to him. But none of you all would have known if you voted. You checked and made sure that you verified your shares to how many were outstanding in your account versus what was showing up on your voting tally. You would know. There may be a lot of people out there that just don't have the shares they're supposed to have. I don't know. All right, let's do this. Numbers. I believe you. That's more than one person now that I've heard the same story. I believe. I know. I'm with that broker, and I know all my shares were there. I verified everything and made sure it was right. So I guess maybe I could be an outlier, but I have been holding them for a really long time. I don't know if that's the case for everybody. I know some of the shares that this gentleman spoke to me about were newer positions that were created not too long ago. They were before the date of record, well before the date of record, but bought or purchased this year. So there is that. I don't know, UPS delivery guy. I don't know if that's maybe a commonality that you might find as well. Is that maybe some of the newer positions that you may have created may have been the ones that were not showing up. I don't know. All right, let's do this. But why wouldn't they have shares, Casey? Make it make sense, because they're lending them. Probably rehypothecating. That's why. That would be my best guess. Or they're just not buying them, one or the other. I'm not sure which, but I would bet more on the side of they're lending them. That's betting. Price prediction tally points. Did anybody miss yesterday? Oh my gosh. Dude, Rex and Twisty, by the skin of their skin teeth. I don't know, whatever it is. How do you have skin on their, by the skin of their teeth? By the skin of their, what is it? Skin of their, what is it? What? By the skin of your teeth. There's no skin on my, okay, that's it. I get it. Okay, I get it now. It's too early in the morning. By the skin of your teeth, there's no skin on your teeth. That's because that's how thin it was. 515 was the closing price, and we had the top end for Rex was 515, so he gets a point. Twisty had 516, so he gets a point. Everybody gets a point. Everybody gets a point. Nobody got any bonus points, but they were so close to not getting points. I thought it was going to be an opportunity for me to get my game back on here, but no dice. All right. Moving on. Short exempt volume. What do we have for volume yesterday? I know I told you guys 25 to 45 in volume. I'm pretty sure. Let me make sure. Yeah, I said 25 to 45 in volume yesterday, and now I'm too low. So I'm like too high 2 days in a row, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, I'm too low. Maybe today's going to be another high day. Then if it looks like low volume in the pre-market, I'll probably end up going a little higher just to see what happens. We'll play around with this a little bit here. Well, let's take a look here. What was volume? Well, I'm waiting for that to update. Short exempt volume from last night was 1.35 million shares. Super high. Super high. We were up 7.52% yesterday, guys. You know what that means? 3 of 3. We get to turn the day-over-day price. We've gone up more than 15%. We've gone up about 17% over the last 3 days of trading. So I get to format this cell here and change it green. Utilization is at 81.79% as of yesterday. Let's see what it is now. We need that to be at, I actually make it green around 90 to 90% because that's usually, but we do want to see it over 95. 90% is good enough for me, but 95 is ideal. Let's take a look and see if we drove up 9% in utilization. I doubt it. Yesterday it seemed like it was a return share kind of day, so I'm actually kind of expecting utilization to go down a tad bit here. Let's see. %81.19%. That doesn't seem like a change. Yeah, I guess it went down a little bit. Very little. So we're just waiting on utilization here. Utilization is the big key factor here that we're waiting on. We're getting plenty of short exempt volume going through. Our day-over-day price increases are hitting fairly regularly to where we're seeing at least 5% 3 days in a row. And utilization is the last key figure. Once that starts hitting 90% or higher, you're going to start seeing things like cost of borrow going up. And that's really going to help. That's going to help get us all the indicators that we need to see in order to see some kind of big trigger for gamma squeeze. Max pain is 450 as of yesterday. Let's see what it is now. I don't know if there's quite enough volume at 5. I mean, we did have most of our call volume coming in yesterday at 5.5. I'm going to say it's going to still, max pain is still going to be 450. Let's see. Yep, still 450. Next week's max pain is at 450, and the week ending the 21st would be $4. So no changes to any of the max pains for any of the weeks ahead. GME's max pain yesterday was 25. That'll probably increase, right? They went up. They finished 31.57. I would imagine that's going to go to about 26.50. Oh my gosh, it stayed at 25. Dude, guys, this is going to rip faces off today. They're going to have, in order for them, wow, $3. 10% drop on GME would be a $3 drop in price. And that's not enough to put price down to max pain, which is 25, which means that a lot of institutional faces are going to get ripped off today. Just ripped off. $25. Yeah, they would have to have just a massive major down day today to not have max or to hit max pain. Week ending 6/14 max pain is $25, and week ending 6/21 max pain is still 20. Wow. Options. Usually the exchange traded volume through off exchange and EDGX is usually right around 64% by the end of a day. We had 55.31% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.93. The combined total was 68.24%, or about 4.24% higher than we would normally see, which, it's considering the fact that we were 7.52% up for the day yesterday. We would have been up even more if that off exchange volume had been a little bit lower. CHX volume, on the other hand, was 6,278, which is actually kind of a low number, so not a whole lot of returning of shares, or at least it doesn't appear like it. GME CHX volume by the end of the day yesterday was 57,048 shares, which is a very high number. 30,000 is a lot. It's almost double that. Taking a look at borrow fees and available shares to borrow according to IBKR. Yesterday we saw about 550,000 shares borrowed by the end of the day yesterday. In the aftermarket hours, looks like there was an additional 100,000 borrowed, so we're going to call it 650 yesterday. And then, and I'm saying in the after-hour trading, overnight, they've already borrowed about 300,000 shares, returned 250 of it, borrowed another 50, and then returned 150. So we're looking at 350,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. 650 yesterday, 350 so far today. Fees are currently at 2.29%, and rebates 3.03%, so it's not hard to borrow just yet. I'm going to look at GMEs real quick here. Just kind of curious what their rebate is, a negative 0.88, so they are still showing up as a hard to borrow value with fees at 6.2. Moving on. Institutional ownership this morning for AMC was, well, I guess yesterday was reported at 85.434 million, according to Fintel, and it's always delayed reporting. It is currently at 85.434 still. We're kind of in that reporting dead zone right now where there's just not going to be a whole lot of changes. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll move some screens around and take a look at the rest of the data. All right, starting with options. Let's take a look at what we have for open interest today. Yesterday, our highest amount of open interest closest to our current price strike was $5. And there was at $5, there was 30.7 thousand contracts. It is still $5, which means they're in the money. And instead of having 30.7 thousand contracts, we have 30,000 contracts. So about 700 contracts or so closed out on the calls. Puts, highest amount of puts that we had yesterday in open interest was at 4 with 18.6 thousand contracts. They're still there. All 18.6. So no closing going out on 4 and 4.5, which kind of tends to make me think that somebody thinks prices maybe going to start heading down back down again. That's what at least it's appearing to be. Do note that at 5.5, there's 24,000 contracts on the calls, 21.8 thousand contracts at 6. So there is a big ramp there for us. Should we start to move north? I'm going to scroll down the page here, and we can just kind of verify all the information for historical purposes for this week's options and next week's. All right, and let's take a look at GME. For documentation purposes, we'll scroll through both this week's and next week's open interest. The highest amount of open interest here for the calls, closest to the strike price right now. And I'm going to go on the upper side because there's actually more at 30 than there is at 35, but I'm going to go with the higher value than where it's currently at. So most amount of open interest at 35, and the highest amount of puts. Damn. Puts are scared. The highest amount of puts are really kind of like at a $25 strike down, with 10.2 thousand contracts way down at 25. So there's not a whole lot of put volume. I mean, I guess the next biggest one would maybe be 30. And that's looking really, really nice. It's looking sweet. Dude. Totally. Radical. And next week's open interest. Okay. Let's see what we got going on here with Ortex. Son of a gun. Didn't work. Hold on a second. All right, first things first, utilization for AMC dropping very, very slightly day over day from 81.79% to 81.19%. The on-loan amount dipped from 83.2 down to 81.23. So we're looking at 2.97 million shares returned yesterday. Is that right? 83. No, 2.0. Sorry, 2.0. I don't know what I'm thinking. 2.03. Math is bad this morning. It's always bad in the mornings. 2.03 million shares returned yesterday. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop a little bit. Day over day, it dropped from 14.26 to 14.07. So we're looking at 0.19. Multiplied by the total amount of outstanding shares that we have right now, and that's going to give us a value of about 699,000 shares. We'll just call it an even 700,000 shares in returned short interest. That's about 1/3. On-loan average age per day. We already had a trigger for this, so we're not really looking for anything specific on this. On-loan average age per day as of it's actually still rising, so that's actually a good thing. 21.87 is what it was 3 days ago, on May 31st. That means that within 15 trading days, of May 31st, we should see a significant increase in price incoming, which ironically puts it at on June 21st. But day over day, it rose from 22.81 to 24.02, and security lending volume dipping from 8.56 million shares down to 3.31. So not a whole lot of lending going on yesterday. GME's numbers. Utilization day over day driving up from 68.95 to 70.45. The on loan amount increasing from 62.46 to 64.26. And that's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 19.73 to 19.87. I don't know if that's enough shares or not to decrease the on loan average age per day because I don't follow this enough, but I would say probably not. Oh, it did. It did increase it a little bit. It went from 21.3 to 21.64. So apparently, let's see, 62, 64, yeah, almost 2 million shares is enough not enough to drop this value. So, yeah. Well, that's good. It's GME has hit a bottom here on loan average age per day. It'll be interesting to see when it starts heading back up. Security lending volume. Or when it starts heading back up on a consistent basis. Security lending volume went from 21.62 million to 8.81. So we're seeing a drop off on security lending volume for GME as well. I felt like I was talking to somebody in a DM, and I was like, I felt like yesterday was like a waving of a white flag. SSR trigger price is at $4.64 for AMC. Currently, we have 196.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 52.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 74.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus 3.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. SSR trips on GME at 2841. There's 157,000. Hold on a second. Why do these numbers look the same? There's 157,000 contracts out of the money in the calls versus 69.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 130.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus just about 5,000 contracts that are in the money. Do note down here for June 21st, still a fair amount of in the money calls down there. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME's number 2 on the list from yesterday's totals. 56.16% buys to 43.84% sell ratio. 60-40 or better is what I want to see. I'm not real happy when it's under that, so it's kind of meh. I mean, it is nice that it's the second most heavily traded stock. That is good. AMC made the list and stayed on it, but look at this crap. This is crap. Crap, I say. 41.93% buys to 58.07% sell ratio. That's nasty. Hopefully we don't have too many more paper hands here. I hope they're all gone today. We'll get the FOMOers today. I would imagine, because we have such a high sell to buy ratio, that there's a very strong chance that those sell orders are being accumulated to be stacked up for a single day. So whether or not they pile them on today at some point or they pile them on tomorrow at some point, I'd be looking for a sharp downtrend in sell orders, because what they'll do is they'll push all those sell orders through at once through the lit exchange. Just all at the same time, we'll see like a big, huge spike in volume and selling going through all at once. So be on the watch for that, because I'm pretty sure they're stacking these sell orders here. MMRI yesterday when we finished out the day was 277.78. That's going to be 278 now, 278.97 now. So a little bit up. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. We had yesterday we started out the day at 0.446 and ended the day at 0.444. Today we're starting out at 0.436. So a little bit of a drop. .436, but we started the week at 0.391. Futures on the VIX are showing down 0.17 at 1333. Yesterday it closed at 1263, so 1333 is definitely up. We should see a gap up on the VIX, considering that it was only down 0.17 overnight. That probably means that the markets are probably green. Market's probably green for the day today, and I would assume that we'll be seeing a gap up on VIX at market open, so we may see a flippening by market open. Let's look at some of the other markets out here. We've got the Nikkei is down 0.39, Hang Seng up 0.81, and Nifty 50 is up 1.27. Most future market quotes are showing. We do have. I mean, the mid caps are taking a hit right now. They're showing down 0.36, but there are also things like the S&P 500 up 0.02. NASDAQ 100's up 0.12. So some stuff's up, some stuff is down. Some stuff. Oops. Of the Mag 7, 3 are green. I saw, and this is I have not verified this yet, but I don't have any reason to believe that it's not true. But I've heard that that Nvidia in the last 6 months have added the equivalent of the entire market cap of Amazon in 6 months to their market cap. If that doesn't sound really, really strange to you, I don't know what to say. That would maybe make you think that. I mean, the market cap right now is at 3.01 trillion on Nvidia. Amazon's market cap is 1.89 trillion. So essentially, what somebody's saying is that in 6 months' time, Nvidia has added 1.89 trillion to their market cap. That's kind of crazy. It's very crazy. Also, since I'm on it and I'm looking at it, I guess this is I haven't pulled this to verify it, but I'm gonna do it right now. This is Nvidia right here. I'm gonna pull up my Bollinger Bands, and you know I have my Bollinger Bands set for a 3 sigma and a higher parameter on my period interval that I'm looking at. I'm looking at a 50 minute or 50 period interval. So let me change my Bollinger Bands back to the normal settings so we can see this. But you can see here that on this weekly, and I've stated this to you many, many, many times before, that whenever you see price hitting, an upper Bollinger Band, that price likes to try and return back down to the simple moving average before returning back up and at all, or it at least likes to test that, and that never happened. And it literally went up, touched the Bollinger Band, started to come down, never even made it all the way down, and started trending back up again. It's not quite touching the Bollinger Band yet again, but that's based off the parameters that I look at. Let's put the Bollinger Bands to what they normally, I think is it 13 period? 20 period. 20 and 2. These are what normal Bollinger Bands look like. And this is on a weekly chart. A weekly chart. That is nasty. I don't know how much longer this can continue to sustain this. I mean, here's the other part to this too. Look at this falling volume. Falling volume and falling price is bullish, but as price starts rising, you should start to see an increase in volume. And for the most part here, this trend is still trending down. I don't think this can continue to sustain this kind of movement. I just don't. It's let's pull up an Ichimoto just for the fun of it. Boy, that is so you know that price loves to drive up through red clouds and down through green clouds. It obviously did not drive down through the front end of a green cloud, which means you know it's going to be driving down through the back end of a green cloud somewhere. You don't know where, but it's usually at a thinner portion. Well, there's some thinning portion coming up here in August, and there's also thinning portions showing up in November and December. But if this is going to try and drop down through a green cloud and it happens quick enough, what's the rule here, right? The rule is that lagging line touches price line at the sell point, or if price tests the baseline. Those are all points at which you would probably consider getting out. Well, if you see, this is suggesting that when it does do that, that it's going to continue to fall even further, which means at some point or another, we're going to see Nvidia going from a price of 1,224 per share through a green cloud over here somewhere. And I don't know where you want to pick the point at, but I mean, if it's over here, it's going to be like 518. It's going to cut the price in more than half. If it's over here, it's going to be like 766, so it's going to cut it into cut it by a third. So I mean, it's pretty. Actually, that's almost half. That's almost half. Not quite. It's a little more than half. I guess that's 2/3. 800. I guess if you call it 800, it'd be. It's close enough. We'll call it a third. But I mean, still, that's a nasty, nasty, nasty drop. I know I'm looking at this on a weekly. I don't normally like looking at this indicator on a weekly, but it can be used there. Just to kind of give you an idea for where price may be trying to move towards. There's a really thick portion of green cloud here. You could see price wanted to try and drop down through here, and lagging line never touched the price line. The sell signal should have been here. For anybody who would have gotten in, oh my gosh. Check this out, guys. This was a sell signal. Any investors that were getting in here from retail, the market was absolutely just counting on that. They were counting on people to sell off shares so that they could start sucking them up, so they could create new bag holders up here so that the market could eat the difference in price in here. So they could basically turn a bunch of bag holders into shareholders that were going to be holding positions as price starts dropping back down. Because here's the problem. With this indicator on a 4-hour chart, this is a sell signal. And then the conversion line crossing the baseline is a massive sell signal. And it never happened. And you printed a TD9 on the way up, and price never went back down again. There are massive amounts of bag holders that are going to be holding anywhere from 1150 all the way up to where it's at now. There's going to be massive bag holders in here. Luckily, it's not a whole lot of volume. And that's what tells me that's what's going on right here. This is not a. I mean, there's not a lot, but I guarantee you that whoever's buying these shares right now, they will. This is the reason the volume is going down is because retail is pushing this price up, and institutions are letting it happen. They want people to start buying this, and they're not pushing this up. They're not using any of their money to push this up. They're just simply letting orders go through as buys so they can create bag holders and scalp the top of this. That's craziness. Absolute craziness. What does a 1 hour look like? I don't really see anything wrong with the 1 hour. The 1 hour actually looks pretty decent. But that's going to be something short term, right? Tests of the conversion line, there's nothing wrong. I don't see anything wrong with a 1 hour chart here. So in the short term, This looks safe for now, but if this starts dropping down and tests the base at any given point, it's lights out. All right, sorry for spending so much time, but I think that this is probably one of the main key indicators that's holding up the entire market right now. This is Enron. This is your Enron right here. I cannot stress to you enough how much this is Enron. You will forever going forward. You will forever know Nvidia as Enron. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Let's see if I can find anything in here. I got nothing. Gold is up 0.2. I mean, the current trend's up on a small time interval, but maybe on a larger scale, I'd say this is kind of cooling off and consolidating. I think it's getting. Was gold the one that I was showing you guys the cat ears? No, I guess it might have been silver. I don't know what it was. No, gold was the one. It looked like we were getting a little bit of a cat ears that were starting to pop up here. I think it was gold. Yeah, it was gold. We didn't get the move up on after the cat ears, so that's not going to play out the way that I was thinking it was going to play out. It's definitely moved down from there. It should have been moving up and continuing to make a head and shoulder type pattern, but gold started heading down and it's starting to consolidate now. Silver is up 1% for the day today and consolidating. Ethereum Classic is down 0.46 and is starting to. Looks like it's breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. The US dollar is currently up 0.06% and trending up. Oil doesn't look like it's yet traded. SPY is up 0.03. It's consolidating currently. Tesla is down 0.34 and consolidating after a downtrend. Amazon is up 0.08 and starting to break a downtrend into an uptrend. Cinemark has not yet been traded. Doge is up 0.49 and breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Bitcoin is up 0.13, breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. GME is up 2.53 in the pre-market and is trending up after having been in a downtrend. It looks like they just barely broke 30 before starting to head back up. HYMC is down 2.5% and is from yesterday and has not yet traded. NCMI has not yet traded. Hood is up 3.06% and trending up. Strong trend up on pre-market open this morning. And AMC went down to 497 on a downtrend in the pre-market and found a reversal and started trending back up. We're right about 5 cents lower than where we closed at yesterday on an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow so far. We're getting our poke stick of volume, by the way, right now. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had approximately $4 million, just about, more outflow than inflow. 251,000 shares traded so far for the day-to-day, and that's including our poke stick of volume, which was 167,000 shares. So we're looking at approximately just a little less than 100,000 shares going into our poke stick. This is very similar volume to what we had yesterday. When I gave you a 25 to 45 million share traded day yesterday, we ended up doing 61.3. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to save 40 to 60. I'm not willing to. I know it's probably going to end up being higher, but I'm not willing to guesstimate higher than that. So if it ends up being 63, 64, 65, fine, whatever, so be it. But I'm not willing to go higher than 40, 60 on my prediction today. I really feel like this pre-market volume should be a much lower value. I should be giving it like a volume of no more than 30 to 50. So I'm going 10 more higher than I want to. All right. Moving on, we on a 4-hour time interval for AMC, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure on our side, 59.14, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure on our side of 60.29, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. Almost had a divergence just a little bit ago, but more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of 59.61, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence about ready to happen on the Vortex indicator and RSI at 65.36, which is above average. Taking a look at the 1-hour Ichimoto for AMC, and then we'll take a look at getting rid of some of my lines that I got on the page. Let's see what we got going on here. So on the 1 hour for AMC, we've got lagging line above price line, which is good. We've got price above... was above the cloud, above the base and conversion yesterday, but then we ran into the conversion and tested. We've tested base now twice. The baseline here is sitting at 496. That's, again, like I was saying with Nvidia just a little bit ago, is that's kind of that point where you're starting to look at somebody who's going to be looking at this saying like, I don't know if I still want to be in this or not. And so, you might see a little bit of selling going on. If there is selling pressure that goes on and price starts to move down, it would move through the red cloud. And we could see something maybe back close to a closing price of what we had from, I think maybe yesterday. No, not yesterday, but the day before, 479-ish, somewhere right around there. If that doesn't happen, if we get continuous buying pressure for the day-to-day and we continue to go up, then what we need to see for this to continue to stay a buy signal is staying above the base, which is going to be 495. Let's just call it 5, actually. $5. Ideally staying above the conversion, which is at 510. So I'm going to put down 510 for the day. We need to see 510 or better to have a continuation on a price movement upwards. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base, but we're in the cloud, and this is such one of those tricky things here, where it wants to, you can tell price wants to move, but people are kind of unsure, and the 1 hour is an agreement here. The 1 hour is kind of saying like, not really sure, maybe you should wait and see where price is going to move to, and the 4-hour chart's saying, yep, I agree, not really sure I want to move up yet, and in order for me to give you a signal that it needs to move up, price is going to have to get outside this cloud, and by the end of the day today, that's around $5.56, so we'll say $5.60. At the beginning portion of the day today, that's more around $6.70. So I'm going to give you a number that's kind of in between. In order to get additional buying pressure, we're going to say $6. But the good news is, going into tomorrow, that number becomes much, much lower. It's around $4.73. So even if we did close at like a 479 today, that would have us breaking through the cloud, and more than likely, just a little bit of pressure would cause us to rise above the conversion and base, and the lagging line would. Yeah, the lagging line's getting close to starting to meet back up with price line, so we really do need to see a push sooner than later. Sooner than later means we're going to have to wait until like midweek next week before we can see the next push up. This, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Let's take a look at some of the lines that I got on the page here, because I want to get rid of some of them real fast here. So what was going on? Let me get rid of my Bollinger Bands, because that'll help a little bit. So what was going on? Because I know there's a hot mess going on right here. So we had kind of a level of support here, a major level of support here at the bottom that was kind of creeping up, and I think it's still continuing to hold. So I'm going to leave that line in there. On a tighter pattern in here, we had a breakout here that I can get rid of. We also had a support line here that I can get rid of. we had this resistance line right here that we broke through. This line pairs with this line here, and this was the breakout point for breaking out of that wedge to the top side. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. And then yesterday I had some more lines in here that that were representing. Actually, hold on a second here. Yeah, I wanted to do that. These lines were for yesterday. So, but I'm still going to hold this major support line here because we do want to see that hold by the end of the day today. You can see here that the support line ends at right around that same price I was telling you around. If we were, if we were to see price start dropping through that 1 hour cloud, it would be. Let me pull up the Ichimoto again. You would see here that breaking down to about 479, which would be right where that support line is. It would match up, right? So like a close of 479 for the day today would match up with price movement down through a red cloud. But we should be moving down with green. Down, up. We should be moving up. We got mostly red cloud ahead of us. I mean, we could. The 1 hour. The 1 hour is suggesting that we've got red cloud ahead of us. So we should be seeing price moving upwards. We shouldn't be breaking down through a red cloud. Breaking down through a red cloud is actually really, really bearish. Yeah, we should be seeing continuation of price moving upwards because I don't see any green cloud forming until right about here. So mostly red cloud today. So moving down through red cloud would be super, super bearish, and we would definitely see price moving down to retest this this line here. So that's what we'll watch for. We'll watch for a retest of that line. If we break past the key number that we don't really want to break past here is going to be kind of like that 495, 496 range. And with that, I'll head back over to the back of the big tramp. For anybody wondering what the date of record was for, I thought it was the, shoot, hold on a second here. I thought I listed out the date. I know I told you guys the date of record. I'm looking over some messages that I got here. I know I told you guys the date of record before, but I don't remember what it was now. I know it was like, I think it was either April 10th or the 11th, somewhere around there. I have to go back to the proxy and look at it again. I'll do that later. All right, let me head over to the back of the big tramp. I'm not mad, guys. Yeah, I'm vaporizing it. It was supposed to. Nobody did the plan that they were supposed to do yesterday. I turned it on specifically. I turned it on right. Wait, hold on a second here. Did you guys not see it on yesterday? If it didn't go on yesterday, then that tells me there's something wrong here. So I turned it on yesterday, and now I'm starting to wonder if there's a reason why that didn't work out. The JJ, good morning to you.
To show that I'm not a hypocrite, I changed my name again.
Is it? Let me see here. Oh, it says JJ. Sorry, it's not the JJ.
I mean, we can still do that.
Okay.
But I'm not going to be a hypocrite the way I was yesterday.
I got you. I see what you're saying.
You know, they're fielding questions from the audience. And whoever it is goes, okay, I got a question from the JJ. And everyone snickers and goes, hypocrite.
So, I guess we could talk about that here. I don't mind talking about it live. We had yesterday in the back of the Big Tramp after the live stream was over. We had quite a few people in the back of the Big Tramp, and I just I sat down with everybody and said, like, okay, look, we got this interview that's coming up on Monday next week, and I said I'd love to do the chat to where you guys can come into the back of the Big Tramp and ask the chat verbally out loud instead of putting into a chat and having to read it off to her and having her answer that way. So you can actually just have a chance to just talk, right? And but the problem is, as I said, like we're gonna have to kind of like make sure, as Melissa said, keep the raunchy down. And so I was like, do you guys, what are your thoughts on that? Like, do you think we can kind of keep the raunchy down a little bit, be a little bit more professional during the interview? And so I just kind of like listened to what it is people had to say and everything, and just was trying to get like a general consensus on how people felt about the whole raunchiness and kind of like just tapering it off. Living in 3D says fudge no. So it was just kind of one of those things where it was, like, how do we? Is it possible? But anyways, it's still up in the air as to whether or not we'll be able to do, whether I'll do that or not. We'll see. Chris says, haha, you had another yucca speech in the back of the Big Tramp. I missed it. The last one was awesome for Cat. So yeah, and that was actually brought up as well. Chris, thanks, appreciate that. I did have that conversation with them last time, but I told him, I said, like, here's the thing is Kat's a bartender, right? Like she's dealt with the worst of the guys out there, I'm sure. I mean, as bartenders, they deal with all kinds of crazy, just stupid drunk dudes. So I'm sure she's heard it all, right? No big deal. She's no foreigner to dumb trash talky guys. I'm sure of it. So, but that doesn't give an excuse, right? So I did still have that talk with everybody last time, and I said, try to be on your best behavior and make the guest feel at home. And but this guest is not a bartender, so I still want to have like a level of professionalism that's a little bit higher than just our normal everyday raunchy normal stuff. So yeah, I had the talk. Apex says, having been around for 3+ years, I'd say it would be in your best interest to go solo. Yeah, and then Pirate makes another good point, like the sound bites, effer in the that's Can you imagine? Can you imagine somebody who doesn't hang out with us on a daily basis and they just come walking in and they want to do an interview and they're donating their time freely to come in here and help us to educate ourselves. And then next thing we know, we got somebody doing the F and the P. That's it's not going to go over very well. Come on, come on. Certain level of professionalism, you just kind of have to take on a new suit when you're doing something different sometimes. So, yeah. I'm still debating. Living in 3D says, okay, Dad, I get it. Respect women. Yeah, I mean, yes. She must be smart if she's educating us. Well, I'm not. I think she's smart. But beyond that, I think she has information to share with us that is something that is going to be, if depending on how you guys decide to, if you decide to put on your thinking caps, you will have the ability to be able to pick the brain of somebody who's lived through a squeeze before. And my hope is, this is my biggest hope out of this entire thing, is that if I pray that you will be able to squeeze one noodle into that flat, smooth brain of yours somehow from this interview that tells you how to think going forward. That's my hope. More importantly, this has always been about documenting history for me. So, and I believe we're making history. So this is like a twofer. I'm documenting the past, and I'm making history at the same time. So I think that's incredible. Like, I mean, it's a twofer. I mean, how that's perfect. It's beautiful. But you guys are going to be able to make it what you want, and if you choose to just make it a raunch fest, you're not going to get anything out of it. And that'll be, I'll be sad. I'll be really, really sad if you don't take something away from this. That's my hopes. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess it's probably not a see. And I'm gonna step up. I won't be doing the interview in the back of the big tramp, right? Like you don't you don't go into an interview right up in there in your lowrider big tramp truck and be like, "Hey, I'm here for an interview." No, there's not going to be.
So you're going to try to lead by example.
I am. I am not going to be doing the interview from the big tramp. That is not going to happen. So I am leading by example. Yes. Absolutely. Because I mean, she's not going to know what that's all about. She's going to be like, "What the hell is a lowrider big tramp?" And then she's going to ask. This is. I don't want her coming in here asking what we're doing. I want us to come in here and ask her what she's doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, she shouldn't come into a place and be like, "What the hell's going on here?" She shouldn't have to have that feeling of trying to understand what's going on. I mean, we've spent a lot of time making jokes, and there's substance here that a newcomer would just not understand. So, all that has to get thrown out the window for a minute so that we can learn about the past.
I hate to divert you from this important topic, but this is much more serious.
Yep.
Yesterday, you did initiate Operation Broken Heart, and I was all in. I was all in into this.
Did you see it yesterday, or did it not pop up?
Yeah. Well, I knew what was going on.
Yeah.
But then some dolt, some moron typed in the chat, "Oh goody, the gag, the practical joke on Yucca is happening now," and I'm thinking,
yep, there you go.
Well, that's done. We're finished here.
Yep.
I'm like, he's sitting right here, you stupid bag of hammers.
I left it,
and I was just like crumbled up. I had all my little notes written down, parts of my gags, possibilities that I could extrapolate on.
Yep.
I just crumbled it up and threw it in the trash. And I'm like, thanks, dude. You're that guy that's out front when a guy pulls up in a car and says, "Hey, fix your hair. There's a surprise party waiting for you inside. Look nice when you go." Oh, fucking rock.
Oh man, yeah, I threw it up there, and I threw a little. I tried to make it a little obvious to everybody by saying something to Yucca about like how he's doing or something. Are you sure everything's okay?
Yeah.
And then,
no, I was ready, man.
Yeah,
I was locked and loaded. I had my safety off. I was ready to have an overlapping field of fire. We had this guy caught in triangulation.
Yeah,
it was done. He was as good as cooked, and then somebody just. I don't know what it was all about.
Nothing ever happened, and I was surprised.
Really simple-minded, or he thinks it would be funnier if he just blows the whole gag right here.
Yeah, I was really.
And I think I called him something less than kind, and then somebody else told me I was being harsh, and I was like, okay, just let it go.
Yeah, but whatever.
Does this person have a wrench?
No, I don't think they did. No. It was your run of the mill.
He said, "I'm sorry."
Mensa member.
He just said, "I'm sorry."
Tyler Stone knows. He knows. Yo.
64,000 minute ban.
You're on my list, Tyler.
It's in his name.
I keep the list. I keep copious amounts of lists. I have all sorts of lists, and it's generally accepted that you don't want to be on Pirate's list, and you went straight to the top of one of them yesterday. So much work, man. That's like doing all the work for D-Day landing, and then just having a guy run over at the last minute, row a canoe
the day before
across the English Channel, and tell the Germans they're coming tomorrow. They're coming tomorrow.
You're that hunchback from the movie 300 went over the other side. Said they're gonna put a blockade up.
King Xerxes. Go to King Xerxes, and let me show you the goat trail that they're going to be using. You can use to get them.
Don't be the hunchback.
Yeah, what was his name?
I don't know.
Good. That's Tyler's new nickname now. Whatever the hunchback is from. Yeah.
Don't worry, Tyler. It's all right, man. You're all right. It happens.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not.
He'll
You're
learn.
In the penalty box for some time now. We take our practical jokes real serious around here.
While we're airing some pent-up emotion, and
airing grievances.
When I threw my squeaky from reference out, yeah, okay, I remember watching Landing on the Moon, by the way, on my black and white TV. I do remember Vietnam helicopter footage in '68 on the news, by the way. Okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with remembering that.
I'm going to go on here and say that it's not, I don't think we do ourselves a service when we brag on that kind of stuff, because they already consider us, old, boring old men, out of touch. So,
yeah. So, and by the way, the squeaky from thing, there's a plaque at the D.C. Hilton where he got shot. So, it's not like a huge memory, what do you call it, dig. That's why they have that tunnel for all the dignitaries to go in, so they don't have to go in the front door.
Wait, is somebody saying that I shouldn't have put D-Day in the title? I'm missing it. What's going?
I haven't read anything like that.
Oh, okay. Living in 3D says, Casey, will you interrupt the interview at the top of the hour for numbers? I'm doing it during the power hour. I'll probably do the numbers before 2, slightly before 2. And then I'm expecting to start the interview probably right at 2 or very, very close to 2. It'll be a separate, I'll end the live stream and then start up a new live stream with for just the interview, because the reason I want to do that is whenever I do interviews, I always have the interviews separate so that people can go back and watch those later if they want to see them and not have to listen to a bunch of time in there where it's other stuff. So the interview will be separate, and the person I'm interviewing will have an opportunity to be able to title it whatever they want, and if they don't choose, then I just make it something. But it's yeah. So it will be separate from any kind of numbers.
Tyler says, guys, can we try again today? I won't say anything, I swear. Sure, Tyler, because there's no way he'll remember after yesterday. I mean, yeah, it absolutely will work. Yeah.
Is that stove hot? Let me touch it again. Ow.
I don't know. We could always try, but I have a feeling he knows.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
You can't unring the bell, Tyler. You can't put the bullet back in the gun. You just have to move forward. Press on with pride, soldier. Own it.
Pirate, it just went off. I didn't pull the trigger. It just went off. I won't do it. It will happen again.
I have seen that happen before.
Negligent discharge. He just dropped his gun and it goes off.
Just went off.
Jason B. Streets, good morning.
Good morning, KC, JJ, and Pirate.
Good morning. Let me say good morning to everybody in here. UPS delivery guy, Pirate, and the JJ. Good morning to you guys. Good to have you here. By the way.
Good morning, UPS, and good morning, sir.
UPS delivery guy, are you here to update us on the whole incident that you had on your side?
I am, and I owe you an apology for giving bad information.
Okay, what you got?
I had my dates mixed up, so the vote that I was entitled to vote on, I was able to.
Okay.
So everything's clear on my end. I'm sorry I gave you bad information.
No, it's okay. That's okay. It's perfectly fine. I appreciate you for clearing it up, though, and letting me know. But I still have a person out there that does meet the criteria. They had their shares purchased prior to the everything's checking out so far. And based on the conversation that they've had with Fidelity so far, and now that I've already said the name once, it is what it is. But their conversation with Fidelity so far has yielded a response that they don't know why they didn't have the shares to accounted for as part of their vote. So it's still under investigation, and when we find out more, I'll update you guys. But I appreciate you letting us know, though. I mean, it's really good to make sure that people follow up with stories like that.
And UPS, don't feel like you're the first one to admit it. I don't know if you remember a few months back, I thought somebody had gotten into my account, and I was completely wrong. So you're never the first at anything.
Well, yeah, the difference is we value UPS driver's opinion. We put stock in what he says, so it carried weight when he came in here. You, on the other hand, we just got to discount whatever comes out of your pie hole.
It's 8:31. It's a little early, sir. 8:31. I'm not used to being slapped this early.
I think Casey thinks I'm the driver that spit a loogie on his Charger, so I don't think he likes it.
Challenger. How dare you? That's almost more offensive than calling it a... No, Challenger.
Kia Sophia.
Yeah.
It's Kia Sophia.
Oh.
Don't ban me.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. You're not the first. Again, you're not the first. I've had so many people call a Challenger a Charger, and it's like, no, it's not the same. They get so do that to somebody sometime. I guarantee if you walk to somebody who's an owner of a Challenger, say to them, that is a beautiful Charger, and just watch their face scrunch up. Oh, and their fist, they're going to get all tight.
Between 4 doors and 2 doors, it's like calling a Corvette a Chevette.
Yeah. It's funny. It's really funny. Having been on the other side of it, I know. I know. We all get angry. But the funny,
I'm going to go back to listening. I just wanted to set the record straight, and then I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, man. Take care. Thanks for taking your time to do that. I think part of the reason why, be safe. I think part of the reason why people mix up the Charger with the Challenger is because the old Charger looks like the new Challenger, and so I think that's why there's a little bit of mix up sometimes on calling it. Because I remember I had.
Well, a certain amount of responsibility falls on Dodge too, or Chrysler, because it's like I had a friend they named their kids, and I know this was done on Saturday Night Live, but this is a true life story. We had a friend they had 2 brothers, and they named one Dale, D-A-L-E, and the other one was named Daryl, D-A-R-Y-L. And I'm like, for God's sake, why would you name 2 boys 2 years apart, Dale and Daryl?
Mm-hmm.
So part of the responsibility falls with Chrysler.
I think after I'd first purchased the car, I had driven it to like a grocery store or whatever, and parked it, and was walking in, and I had this 80-year-old lady walk up to me. She goes, "Oh, that's such a beautiful car. How did you get an old car to look so brand new?" And I was just like, "Oh, it's." She goes, "That's a beautiful Charger," and I was like, really. First, I was shocked that she knew what a Charger was, and I was like. I don't know why I was shocked, but I guess I was just kind of shocked. And I was like, well, it's a Challenger, and it's not brand. I mean, it's brand new. It is brand new. That's why it looks brand new. And she's like, oh, I thought that was an old car. I was like, no, it's brand new. So, but yeah, that's part of one of the reasons why I really love the Challenger body styles, is because it does give you that old feel, but gives it that new twist to it. So I love it. I think it's just a beauty. She's awesome. Oh my, that's so beautiful. Yeah, she was cute.
You might want to spend some time and try to refine your old lady impression, because you sound exactly like that old pervert on.
I can't do it. I'm trying my best.
The guy that's always trying to get the kids to come in his basement.
No, but I'm doing it without the lisp though, because you got if you're doing him, you got to do like that little lisp in there. You're like, that's nice. That's a really nice car. You got there. Yeah, you got to do a little whistle in there.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. the toothless whistle. Sounded like the gingerbread man out of Shrek. Not the gumdrops.
That was nice. Yeah.
Living in 3D says, I used to drive an MX-5 and was always told nice Miata. I can I can feel the pain on that one too. Yeah. RDL says the murder of JFK is one hell of a deep dive. My dad actually owned the hardcover backed version of the something report. I feel like it starts with a W. The something report. The Whistler? No, son of a gun. What was it called? Warren. Thank you. The Warren report.
You're welcome.
And that was like, it's the thing is literally, and I think it's more than one book. I think it might be even 2 books. But it's like 2 Bibles. I mean, the thing is massively thick. It's so, I mean, and then to go read that, if you want to go down a road, go read the Warren report, because my goodness, they really went in depth in there.
Hey, KC, could I do a little self-promotion today?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Anybody that's into pickleball, because I know it is the
Hang on, just 1 second, Captain. 1 second, Captain, if I can interrupt you. If anybody needs to go to the bathroom or make breakfast, he's getting ready to talk now. So you guys go ahead. All right, go ahead, Captain.
Am I good now? Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
I'll be at Houston at Elite Pickleball. If anybody like to play some doubles, 12-3 open play. Play the sport of kings, the fastest growing sport in America. You'll recognize me. I'm gonna have this red, white, blue John McEnroe headband on.
Do you know why that sport's?
It's not hard to find you. You're the only guy out on the court without his walker.
You know why that sport's so popular? You don't have to move very much. You can still play.
That's what I was getting
You can still play an active game where you're not moving. It's like golf.
Don't hate the players.
It was funny. I was going through YouTube and because I'm kind of curious about the sport a little bit. I'm just going to check out and see what's going on. And I thought, okay, well, I'll go to YouTube and I'll look up professional pickleball, just kind of see what it looks. And these people are very average looking. They're professionals, and I'm going like, they do not look like your serious competitive athletes. They look like they might be I don't know, a pitcher for a baseball team. It's nothing special.
Not everybody can be me, Casey.
Yeah. So it's kind of like that sport. It's like I don't know if you've ever done this before, but if you have a club, a workout club that you go to, and it's got a pool, every once in a while you'll see that the people that are doing the aerobic workouts in the pool, you're like, oh, that sounds interesting. So you go over there, you go check it out, and you you walk in your bathing suit, and it's nothing but 70 or older women in there usually. Not always. There might be somebody younger, but and they're in there, and you're going like, okay, well, this is probably not going to be a workout if this is the case, because the demographic for it is obviously not going to be something that's going to help me out. But I'll tell you what, though, Pilates, crazy. It is such a hard workout. If you ever want a good workout, do Pilates. But I did do the water workouts, and they're not. It's really just to get you moving.
So Casey, I get a question. It's a very serious one, actually, seeing it's my birthday.
Hey, happy birthday.
Max of the Rock. Good to see you, Max.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Is pickleball more aerobic than cornhole, and do you migrate from one to the other?
I wish I could answer this for you, but we do have a professional in here that could. Fortunately for you,
it's not nearly as aerobic, but you don't have to buy as much preparation H, so you save a lot of money.
Oh yeah. Happy birthday to Bradley, Casey, from a fellow Gemini here, and yeah, it's a good day.
Happy birthday to you, sir.
Yeah, and let's not forget D-Day as well, folks. It's 80th anniversary today of Juno Beach, and it's always in my mind this day when it comes up.
Yep. It's just such a weird thing for me, because it's like it's a sad day. And I actually have kids on. I have one of my kids is a 9/11 baby. Like literally, her birthday is on 9/11. Which is terrible. It's like the worst day to have a birthday on, I feel like. And then D-Day, Bradley's birthday's on D-Day. It's like I got kids that are born on these like horrible anniversary of events that were tragic, and it's just like. But I tried my best to just kind of ignore it a little bit and try to focus more on the birthday. But it's difficult sometimes. So, but happy birthday to you. Do you have any special plans for the day?
No, not really. I just I'm working away here. But foggy and not very good weather up here in Canada today. My wife's making me a Battenberg cake, and my daughter normally makes that, but she works as a cardiologist down in Ottawa now, so she's not here to make it. And I'll probably have some FaceTime call and just chill out. But on the sad and happy thing, the way I look at it is, makes you appreciate what you've got.
Yeah.
And it makes your birthday just a bit more special. That's the way I look at it.
Nice. It's a good attitude. Well, happy birthday today. And did you feel like mentioning how old you're going to be? Or did you not?
Yeah, I'm 5 years from semi-retirement, and I plan to semi-retire at 60. How about that?
Very nice. Very nice. Well, happy birthday again.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for all this skullduggery to finish so that they can finally give us our chicken tendies.
That's right. I want some chicken tendies.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry. I was going through security. Were there any takers?
There was a question. Did you happen to hear it? You didn't hear the question here?
No, I was getting body cavity searched going through security because I'm wearing a uniform with a pair of wings. What, who can I possibly be?
Max of the Rock had a question, unfortunately, that you might have missed. So he can maybe he can ask it again here real quick for you.
Yeah, sure.
Something about the kitchen, some of the kitchen play, some dinks.
No, it's a very serious question. It's now that I'm midlife, I really need to look after my health more, and I need to know, is pickleball more aerobic than cornhole? I need to pick the sport of choice out of the two, and apparently you're the expert. So what's the one?
Wait, did you say Chili's?
No, pickle. Well, you could try it with chilies, but I think that'd be depending on how you play it. If the chili goes in the cornhole, it could be
that could lead to inflammation.
Oh yeah. No, so between pickleball and cornhole, what one's the most aerobic sport? If you class them as sports.
Oh, please, it's not even a question. You could throw a shoulder out doing cornhole. Pickleball is a movement.
I thought you were going to say hip.
No, you're on your toes. You got a ball, a wiffle ball coming at you at least 200 miles an hour. I mean, come on.
I feel like in cornhole you could have balls coming flying at you pretty quick too.
You know what? This brings up a great point. See, I was told before I went for an airline interview to try if I could go an entire day without throwing an F-bomb. See, I'm already getting ready for Monday. I'm already ready. I could have gone right for that cornhole reference. I didn't even do it. See?
Nice.
I'm getting all ready.
Nice.
I'm prepping.
Well, thanks. Appreciate that.
See,
Max of the Rock, the biggest thing to consider is whether you have, which one is the heavier affliction, if you're plagued with arthritis or if you're plagued with bunions. So it depends on your state of your body at your advanced age on which one of those sports you want to participate in.
I have bunions. However, I have a knee replacement, so no longer arthritis.
Oh, I need one of those bad boys. I'm an ex-rugby player with 2 bad knees, and
I'm telling you, you'll never feel better.
Yeah. I think.
Then that settles it. That settles science. Then if you just join the cornhole league, because those guys they get group discounts on knee replacements because they spend a lot of time on their knee.
I tell you why I was thinking
they get like Costco pricing on new knees.
You know when you get those little ramps for playing 10-pin bowls. If you can't lift the bowl, you're getting too frail for it. I was thinking the Zimmer with the tennis balls on the legs would be an ideal sports accessory for cornhole in my later years. So
nice.
I think cornhole's the one to go for. Yeah.
Wait, is this a reference to Danny?
No, of course not.
Are we pitting Danny?
Whatever could you mean? Whatever could you mean?
Are we pitting Danny in cornhole against me in pickleball?
No, I would never do that. That would be cruel. That would be cruel and petty, and it would be sophomoric and childlike, over-sexualized. We don't engage in any of that kind of humor here.
I can't see the live stream. Is there a poll? Oh, a poll.
All right. I'm working on it. Hold on a second here.
Is there a poll of who's more athletic? The JJ, the pickleballer, or Danny, the cornholer?
What was the word that you used again, Max? It was aerobic?
Aerobic.
Yeah, aerobic. Okay.
What one's the most aerobic sport? Yeah.
Cardio. He's looking for cardio out of this.
Oh yeah, you got to get your cardio in one way or another. It's. Oh yeah. Anyway, keep up the faith, folks, and eating those spicy crayons. I'm going back to the grind and doing some work here, but I'll be listening in the background. Take care.
See you, man. Take care.
Take care, buddy.
I feel like I'm being pitted against Danny.
No, that's not. That never.
I mean, I can't see. I hear a lot of typing going on though.
Well, you asked for a poll, so I'm getting there.
Casey, did you ever see the movie The Royal Tenenbaums?
It sounds familiar, but you know me, and yeah, you know me. First off, I got before I put this poll out. Do you know, is cornhole a 2-word sport, or is that a 1-word sport?
I think it's 1 word. And it's funny is I've got some neighbors in one backyard that are. I thought they were in a horseshoe league. They play that much, and then the other neighbor, they play cornhole a ton. And it's funny, the two do not meet. It's like mountain bikers and hikers. It's two people that you either play one or the other. You can't be a 2-sport athlete.
Well,
That's
if
right.
any of you
I said athlete.
out there,
I said
if any of
athlete.
you out there haven't seen Royal Tenenbaums, really funny. It's got Danny Glover, Gene Hackman. It's got Bill Murray, Ben Stiller, Luke Wilson, and it's really it's kind of a situational comedy about how eclectic a family can be. You know, a bunch of weirdos. We always laugh about what a bunch of weirdos we are. If you're attracted to that kind of comedy, check out that movie called The Royal Tenenbaums. You won't be disappointed.
I'll check it out.
If nothing else, Bill Murray's in it. So for nothing else,
I like Bill Murray.
Yeah. Starts out a little slow. You got to let them build the characters and the background on it, but really funny stuff.
I gotta go. I'm heading your way, Casey, but I will be at Houston Elite Pickleball, 12 to 3 open play. There's still some spots open.
There it is.
Be careful. You don't want too many groupies to show up.
Hey, I'm up for playing doubles with everybody. I'll play doubles with anybody. Just be ready to get to the kitchen.
That's what Danny
said. Be ready
said.
to get to the kitchen. Nice. Nice.
I mean, he apparently did. So, all right, cool, excellent. I think it's break time for me. I don't think there's any more.
Wait.
Huh? Okay. All right. Let me put the message on the screen here. See, this is definitely the kind of stuff that, you know, a new person who'd never been here before would walk in and be like, "What the hell is going on here?" Who would win in a cornhole match, Danny or ChatGPT? That's messed up. I know we should ask him when he comes though. All right, I got everything up here. I'll see you gentlemen later for price predictions. About 25 minutes.
All right.
See you in a bit. Let me put up some music here for you guys, and I will see you guys for price predictions in 25.
ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing.
Alrighty, guys. I'm trying to look for some kind of signal as to where potentially price is going to be moving to. As you can see here, I've got this bottom level of support, and the interesting thing about this is that this morning we had this very, I want to almost call it a typical early morning trade at $4.70 that happened just outside of, or I mean, it just was a couple shares that probably got traded through an off exchange. When I go out to a 30-minute time interval, you can see here that it's very, very easily touching the bottom level of that support. And what we have going on here appears to be a level of resistance here at the top. We are on the top side of this. What I see going on is volume falling day over day as price is moving upwards, and I also see that the trend channel that I just drew over this is pointing towards the top side of this wedge, which usually means price is going to be breaking down the opposite direction of which way it's trending. However, I think there's a little something unusual going on right now that is maybe a little bit different than usual, and we may see price breaking to the top side, and so it's making for a really difficult decision for me on price movement. Now I'm putting on a Ichimoto cloud here on a 30-minute. Just to kind of see, and price likes to break down through thick or thin portions of green cloud. So a 30 minutes suggesting that at least a move to the downside is a possibility here. We know 450 is max pain. I'm kind of thinking that there's going to be again, on a 1 hour time interval, we're at a red cloud. And so it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I wouldn't expect to see price moving down through red cloud. It's usually up and up through red, down through green. All right, so here's the other thing. 523 is a synthetic price failure reset. I did not count this touch of it over here that we had yesterday. And that's from our low that we hit at $4 and, let me see here, what was it? $4.55 was our low. So normally we do like a couple different tests off of that synthetic price failure reset before breaking above it. And so yesterday we had, 1, 2, I guess maybe you could call some of these kind of tests of a top there. It looked like they were more testing the Fibonacci than they were that 523, but it's only 3 cents off. Oh boy, this is a tough one today. We do get 50 cents on either side. I don't have really much time left here to decide. So I think, let me just check one more thing real quick. If 479 is going to be our closing price for the day today, I want to try and capture that in my price prediction. So I think I'm going to do 525 for a close. Because that'll get that 50 cents will take me down to 475 for, you know, I'll be on the, it'll be a nail biter for me if we do close at 479 at the end of the day. But I am giving myself an opportunity to be able to see upwards momentum on 525. So that's final prediction for the day for me. 475 to 575 is going to be a price prediction. I feel like I'm playing a safety card. It's I don't like where I'm going with this, but I feel like I want to be more bold. But it's really hard. Today's one of those things where it's like I feel like it could break out going north. Ichimoto's suggesting that it should stay up on a 1 hour, but the 30 minutes saying it should come down. And so there's a lot of mixed signals in here. On the 30-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure. RSI is at 54.93, so it has room to move up. And I would, let's see what's the trend here. The trend is up on the RSI. It would have to break this trend, and it's not breaking it yet. It's getting really close, though. I mean, because if you were to draw like anyways, it's time to get the day started. I got to cover everybody else's numbers. I don't have time to discuss it anymore. I'm sticking with my numbers. Let me see what everybody else is putting in. Looks like Apex has got 445 to 545. So a little bit higher than what he had yesterday. Then we've got Twisty said he was going to put his in the last second before market opens, so he may not put it in yet. I'll wait until he gets his in before I say anything about his. And then I've got... did Rex send me something? Let me see here. I hope he sent me something. Uh-oh. I better send Rex a message. If he doesn't send me a price prediction, he'll have to go with his numbers from yesterday, which kind of sucks, but maybe it'll work out for him. I don't know. All right, so that's it. I've just got Apex and myself in as of right now. Twisty said he would put his price predictions in just before market opens, so we'll watch for his numbers to pop up in there, and we'll find out what Rex has maybe after market opens or just before. I will see you guys on the other side of market open. Okay, I see Twisty's in for 510. I got it down, Apex. Thank you.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Ecom, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in S-band.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Hey, this is not financial advice. Remember, oh wait, when you made the housing market crash, the planet of the apes, and we just want our parents' money back. We can see it in your face that you ain't think we would remember that. Ring, 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 Kenny, boy, you better answer that. Someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Huddle AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Huddle GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. I'm a smooth-brained ape, but not as smooth as where I purchased at. My average so low, it's like I don't know what I'm swinging at. Hey, old man, how many times have we gotta teach you that we make dumb amounts of money, so we don't mind it when you call us that? It's ironic that they talk fundamentals while their pockets bleed just to fundamentals. No bots, no shills, no FUD accepted when you address the apes and a different message. Cause our favorite breakfast is a tasty dip. Every red candle always leaves a wick that consolidates for just a little bit. We draw rocket ships and watch it rip. We came up out the jungle, we ain't scared to be broke. We're just a bunch of dumb gorillas. Why you mad at us, bro? Because we made your game stop, and now we're the stars of the show. We take aim, see the moon, that's place where the apes wanna go. I said, someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Coming back.
There it is! There it is! There it is! There it is! Look at that freaking boom boom candle, baby! Let's go! Holy freaking crap! And it's still ripping! It's still freaking ripping, baby!
Someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Coming back.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Today is D-Day, Remembrance Day of D-Day, and my son's birthday, my firstborn son. Happy birthday, Bubba. Hopefully he's listening. He just texted me just a little bit too late. I was doing he said he wants Everlong from Foo Fighters, so we'll play it at the end of the day today. But Everlong from Foo Fighters will be the song that he wants for his birthday today. He just woke up, so he got it in there just a little too late, but we had a filler song in there just ready for it, just in case. But I hope he's listening. I don't know if he's listening or not, but cool, man. Happy birthday, bub. Love you. What do we got for title otherwise? I really don't have a whole lot. I do want to mention I had a conversation with an ape last night. I'm not going to give any names. I kind of spilled the beans a little bit on the broker because we had what we thought might have been a secondary possible case that was happening with the same issue. Turned out that was not the case, but we still do have at least one person that I feel is legitimately having a problem. When they voted, the amount of votes that they had or the shares that they were showing as eligible voting shares was not matching what it is that they had out there. I tell you guys on a daily basis to make sure that you're getting a statement of what it is that you own, so you have proof of ownership of what it is that you have, because if something happens down the road, you need to be able to have documentation that proves that. It's upon you to hold proof of ownership, and that's the only way that you can do it is by having those statements. Now, this particular person here had voted a little bit late, so they were unable to try and resolve any issues with the fact that their votes was about 20% less than showing up on what was being voted for. They did purchase the votes prior to the well before the date of record, and they do not have a margin account, and it's supposed to be a cash account. And the broker, which I spilled the beans on already, was Fidelity. Fidelity did tell them that their position was that the vote that they did not get the correct amount of votes that they should have gotten. So they're still investigating as to why. And I'll update you guys on that as things unfold if I get any new information. I've purposely asked the person not to give me or disclose any information specifics about it because it's not my business. That's their business. So, but yeah, I'll update you guys and let you know. This is why it's super, super important that you guys are making sure that you've got those statements for your records, because you want to know what it is that you hold. Let's see here. Dirty says, nice Foo Fighters. You raised him right, Casey. Yeah, he's a good kid. He's a good kid. I like him. I think I'll keep him, maybe. He's a good kid. If you guys haven't voted on the choice for the day, it looks like aerobic. As far as an aerobic sport, everybody's saying pickleball over cornhole. I don't know why. Maybe you don't know what happens in cornhole. Anyways. But yeah, vote on that if you want to. Let's see here. Let me head back on over to the back of the big tramp and I should probably explain the big tramp every once in a while. What is that? What is that all about? Like, you probably think I'm talking about tramp as in, like, Lady and the Tramp, or maybe a tramp stamp or something like that. It has nothing to do with that. Believe it or not, the big tramp, is the place where I store my trampolines. A long, long time ago on this, in a galaxy far, far away, on this live stream, there was a time where I used to draw these little. I was trying to draw, and what you'll find out about me is I'm probably one of the worst artists in the whole wide world. I cannot draw. I was trying to draw a stop sign, so I was trying to draw an octagon, and I ended up drawing a pentagon. For whatever reason, and I know the difference between the two, but for some reason I couldn't seem to draw an octagon. So I kept drawing these octagons, and to me it looked like they were trampolines. So I'll give you an example of what one of them looks like. Boy, it's been so long since I've done one of these. And so whenever somebody asked me, they would say, where do you think a potential bouncing point might be for price movement? And I'd draw something a little bit like this. And I'd say this is my point where it was supposed to be my stop sign, but it's not really a stop sign, is it? So yeah. And then I put legs on it, and I said, "Oh, they're tramps. They're big tramps. They're trampolines." So I always ask them, do you want a big tramp, a small tramp? What kind of tramp do you want? And so this, of course, I needed a place to store my tramps. Because everybody needs a spot to store a tramp, and so here I store my tramps in the big tramp. And somebody sent me a picture of this van, and I didn't like having a big old picture of my face on the screen because I don't like staring at myself, and so I figured nobody else probably wants to stare at me either. And so it just kind of became a fun place for me to be able to hang out. Some people don't even realize I'm sitting in the window of the big tramp here. But it just kind of became a fun place for me to be, was the big tramp. And it just took off. And it's just been something that's happened ever since. And so I draw these little trampolines here. The interesting thing about my trampolines is that Price loves to avoid them at all costs. Every time I ever draw one of these damn trampolines, the Price it'll go underneath it, it'll go over the top of it, but it misses it like every damn time. Like very, very rarely, if it does hit the trampoline, it bounces off of it and starts taking off. So, I draw up these trampolines from time to time and on the page, and that's what it is. So, but you guys probably thought I meant something different, and it's nothing like you thought. Turtle says it reminds me of a VW bus. I love it. It is actually a Volkswagen, believe it or not. It may be difficult to see, but on the very front of that is a VW emblem. So you got the right maker.
I know you don't like having a light shining in your eyes, but if you were to put just some sort of soft lighting on you so that you wouldn't appear to be such a shadow, I think more people would recognize that you're sitting in that van.
But it's like, the thing is that
I get it.
I like the fact that people think I'm a Samoan. That's
okay. You don't want to give too much clarity. Yeah, I get it.
Well, no, it's not that at all. It's just my eyes are. I've always worked night shifts. Night shift is just my thing, and my eyes are super sensitive to light. So I easily get headaches. And the screen light is enough for me to
Well, I see a pair of sunglasses and a spotlight in your future.
Yeah, I'm not a TV. What do they say? I have a radio voice.
Well, what you have up there now is about one step above a curtain. You might as well just have like an old bath towel draped over a rod here, because all we see is a big shadow.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. There was a time I was doing a green screen and all kinds of stuff. So, it's just a face for radio. That's what it is. Dynamite, thank you. I got a face for radio. One of these, Monday you'll get to see me in the Power Hour. because I'll have my face up on the screen, so I get a big old face on there and a voice for print. Thanks, Stella. Appreciate that. Oh, look at that! Pickleball got 69. We should let. I gotta get a screenshot of this so I can show it to JJ and say, "Hey, pickleball is your favorite. You got your favorite percentage of the vote." Oh yeah, I snapped it just in time. I'm gonna take this picture. I'm gonna send it to him. Let's see here.
See, there was just that brief flash from your camera right there was just about the perfect amount of lighting.
Yeah, and it gives me a headache too. It's like,
Yep.
holy crap.
Yep.
Let's see here. There we go. I just sent him the poll. I sent him the poll. Break Nation Sports says, let's end it. Let's end it. It's like the perfect amount. Let's end it. Watch, it'll change. See what happens when you end it. Yeah, you gotta let it be natural. Yeah, I lost a point on there. Oh well, I got a screenshot of it anyways and sent it to him. So I should modify. I'm gonna modify my numbers. I'm gonna change them. No, I'm not. I'll leave it. Yeah, that should be 69. Let's do it. There we go. I modified the numbers on my page because I want it to be more accurate. So what's the deal with this whole 523? That's a synthetic price failure reset. It's very, very common for us to test that multiple times before ever getting a breakout of it. In this particular case, yesterday we did test it. I don't want to call this twice. I'd say once right here. There was attempts to cross that 523 other points in time, but it hit the Fibonacci at 520. I don't know if I would count any of these, but so I would say this is the second major test of 523. So usually what ends up happening is we see probably like 3 tests and then a breakout. So I don't know if that's going to happen. It could happen after 2, but that's typically how things kind of trend.
I know Dave Portnoy will be pleased today. I know that the $500,000 that he poured into this was right at the $5.20 mark, so he'll be going green off and on today. I'm sure that'll bring him a great deal of pleasure.
Didn't he sell already and then buy back in again? I think I heard that.
I'm not really a fanboy. I just kind of catch it in passing when I stumble across something on X. I just know. I don't mind sharing that I was doing some dollar cost averaging and I picked up a little bit at the 520 mark, and I just remember kind of saying, well, at least I'm not alone buying today. Dave Portnoy's into this at a big chunk, and so I kind of made a mental note of it. That's the only reason I can remember.
Apparently, he bought in at 40, sold at 20, then bought back in at 40. But when you're as rich as he is, who really gives a shit? He's just in it for the fame and the fun.
Yeah. Hodor, you're just asking, could I go over my Ichimoku settings and at some point and why you prefer them over the default settings? I've never changed the settings for Ichimoku. It's a very, very, well, I would consider it a very old technical indicator, but it's really, in the grand scheme of things, probably not as old as many others. But it is an oldish indicator. And quite frankly, I think its default settings are perfect. Now, if you're asking about Bollinger Bands, my Bollinger Band settings are different, and we can discuss why that is. If you want, I'm not gonna go into it unless you want me to discuss it. So just let me know if you want me to discuss the Bollinger Bands or not. That's the ones that I do change those. Turtle says Roaring Kitty updated his playlist on YouTube today. Not sure if there's a video coming, but it is active. I also heard that he added a video, but it's private, and a lot of people are kind of guessing, like, does he have a pre-recorded video ready and set to be released at a certain time, place, that he's just gonna, set out there for everybody to go watch. So a lot of people know that there's a video out there, but he just hasn't made it unprivate yet. Yeah, Hodor, I do not change any of the settings for Ichimoku, and it's kind of one of those ones where I feel like the settings are really good the way it is. What I do change is I change the time intervals. You can use Ichimoku on any time interval, but I wouldn't... I gotta be careful how I say this. I personally feel, from my experience, some of the best trades that I've ever made is on 1 hour and 3 hour time intervals. On Webull, you can't get 3 hours. So in my past, I used to trade other places, and I would use a 3 hour time interval. But on Webull, all you get's 1 and 4. And 4 is acceptable. It's just a longer period of time, and it means that your expected period of time that you would be holding a position for would probably be somewhere between like a week to a week and a half, potentially, if you're getting a good signal. For most stocks, not always. But for most positions, you're looking, a 4 hour time interval would probably give you a good reading for something that you might be holding somewhere between 5 and 7 trading days. Apex says Webull does have a 2 hour, but for whatever reason, they do not have a 3 hour, and I have no idea why that's the case. I don't understand why they do that. They've got 1 hour, 2 hours, and 4 hours, which... I don't know. What's wrong with 3? But I'm just telling you my history and what I think is... What I feel is something that I'm comfortable with over time. Dark Lotus says, I want to know. Okay. I'll cover real fast. Normal Bollinger Bands are set for, I think it's a 20-minute period and 2 sigma. Or on Webull, it's called width, but it's a sigma is what they're looking at. So you can change it down. This is the default settings. I'll put the default settings in here at 20 and 2. And this is what your Bollinger Bands end up looking like. And the problem is that if you go look up Bollinger Bands at a 2 sigma and a 20 period setting, you're supposed to be using it on like a larger time interval than a 1 minute. You're looking for something probably, if I had to guess, over an hour or more in time interval, probably even maybe even 4 hours or higher is what you want to be using that for. The problem that I have with this, well, number one, I want to look at it on a 1 minute interval. So anytime you take it down to a 1 minute interval, if you're only looking at 20 data points, a 20-minute interval or 20-minute period, when you're looking at a 1 minute chart, that's a really small period of time, right? Like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff can happen in 20 minutes that's going to change your data input, your data set. And so whenever you decrease the interval that you're looking at for an indicator like this, what you want to do is you want to expand out your time a little bit. Webull's kind of cool because you can, I don't think I've seen this before on other platforms, but maybe it is the case. But when you go in here, you can actually play around with this a little bit to where when you pull up the Bollinger Band, you can pull it off to the side just a tad bit here, and you can just click inside the length period, and you can hold your up or down arrow buttons and see how that changes the indicator over time. And so if I pull this out, if I zoom out here just a little bit, what you can do is let me get rid of the volume profile, and actually let me get rid of all the other junk too, so you can just see just the Bollinger Bands and what's happening to these over time. And we'll go look at yesterday's price movement, and we'll adjust these settings here. So the normal settings look like this. Full page. All right, so normal settings look like this. This is what your normal settings look like. And if I increase this, or if I decrease this down to like 5, which is the minimum, you can see it gets really, really tight around price movement. And then as I scroll up here, it changes everything, right? It really expands everything out. Now, this is based off of a 2 sigma. If you go in there, if you go and look up, what's the word I'm looking for? Standard distributions. What you'll find is that a 2 sigma should incorporate, I think it's like 95 point something % of the data should be within the 2 sigma bands. And so when I adjust this length or the period of time that I'm looking at here, 95% of my data should be within these bands. And as I'm scrolling through these numbers here and I'm looking at it, I'm going like, okay, where can I put this number? Or what length or period of time should I be looking at to get 95% of my data inside these bands here? And I'm finding that quite frankly, taking it almost all the way down to 5 is what I have to do to get 95% of the data in there. Maybe a little bit higher, 15 might work. But for the most part, that's really what you should be working with. I come from an industry where I looked at a lot of spec limits. And most spec limits are set for 3 sigma distributions, where like 99.8% or 99.85, I don't remember what the numbers are, but it's really close to 99%, almost 100% of your data should be within a 3 sigma. So it tells me that you have a really bad deviation on price movement if anything is outside of a 3 sigma. So I like to change mine to a 3 sigma, and then I want my data points. I want like most of every single one of my data points inside that range. And so as I scroll out on the 3 sigma here, you'll see that as I get higher and higher on my numbers here, more and more of my data becomes inside of a 3 sigma, like a lot of it. But when I go down to smaller numbers, not so much the case. A lot of it's outside the Bollinger Bands. So it really is about trying to balance, what period of time you're looking at with how much of the data is supposed to be within those bands, so you can see when there's an outlier. So that's essentially why I'm doing what it is that I'm doing with these numbers, and I'm just trying to get vast majority of the numbers, and so I find that a 50 minute time length or period for 1 minute chart tends to work the most. Now, when I go out to a higher time interval, what I'm doing isn't really a good example of what you're supposed to do, because you're not supposed to be using a 50 minute length period for a 4-hour time chart. Because if I do that, right, if I go over to a 4-hour time chart on this, you're going to see really quickly that almost everything's in here. So that's why your length has to change a little bit to kind of fit that 99% of your data being inside your bands, right? So then I'd be trying to modify this, right? So obviously the higher I go, the less of this is fitting the band. So I want to go to a time interval that's going to incorporate 99% of my data being in here. So that's actually really probably close to a 20 minute time interval, 20 period time interval. So so at that point I'm going back to the standard settings, right? But on 1 minute, it's got to be 50. So that's why I do what I do. And that's it in a nutshell. You're welcome.
Still too early to call it with any certainty, but Petro's pointing out that Nvidia's looks like it might be starting to collapse.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, I don't normally track it, but after he mentioned it, I couldn't help but look. And
well, I think that is relevant though, because that's one of the things that I'm waiting to see some of these making some major moves.
Yeah.
I just mentioned, so
It's only 30. I've only got 30 minutes worth of candles at 1 minute candles, but it doesn't look. I would tend to agree with him. It might be the beginning of the rug pull.
oof. So I made mention about something to somebody earlier or I was mentioning this earlier this morning, and I got some feedback on this. They are doing their 10 for 1 forward split. Hold on a second. I think Bruno just walked in. I'll be right back. Bruno, go push the door. Go push.
Yeah, they got some pretty robust volume as well. It's not. It doesn't look. It doesn't look good.
Go push, Bruno. Sorry, hold on a second. Push. Go push the door.
No, it's all good, man.
No, he's getting a drink of water. Go push the door before the mosquitoes get in. Bruno. Go push. Go push the door. I got out of the habit of getting to push it closed. Push. Push.
Yeah, you might want to reinforce that with some snacks.
Good boy. Good boy. Come here. Oh, he's
Good
one.
boy, Bruno.
Yeah, he closed that door good. All right, let's see here. What do we got here? So, I wanted to show you this. Amazon. Amazon had a 20 for 1 split back in 6/6 of 2022. So we'll go back to 6/6 of 2022 and take a look at this. We'll get rid of the Bollinger Bands. Good boy, Bruno. Come here. Come here. Right here. Really, really interesting stuff happened right there, right? Some really, really big price movement leading into that stock split. The stock split occurred on 6/6, 2022. Like I said, it was a 20 for 1 split on this, and you can see there was some really large price movement going into that. The volume was slightly declining as the price started to run up, but then it had started spiking a couple days before. I would imagine these 2 days right here are probably like the last days you could probably buy before you would have the T+2 settlement that would go through that would allow you to be qualified for the split. But then look what happened here. After the day of the split, I mean, it reached a high. But let's look at this. What is anybody for synthetic price failure? How much is it? Anybody? I'll wait to see.
479.
Percentage. How much of a percentage down to qualify as a synthetic price failure?
10%.
Nope, higher.
No, 6. Was it 40%?
It starts at 19.5 to 20, kind of in that range. Like it's basically 20%. Within 6 trading days. From the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trading. Within 6 trading days, it fell 21.37%. It had a synthetic price failure. Right there. The market forced people to, everybody who bought in right back in here started seeing they ended up getting a bunch more shares, and then they sold off their positions, and price immediately starts dropping 21.37%, and then starts climbing after that. Once enough people had started buying back in again because they realized their mistake, price drops yet again. Big drops on this. So just kind of note that sometimes the market's always trying to manipulate price in such a way to where new investors are buying at the top, and then the synthetic price failure occurs to try and get somebody to sell off their position, and then heads back the other way. This is why so many people have that story of, I bought at the top and I sold at the bottom and I lost so much money. That's why you hear people say that all the time. It's because these synthetic price failures happen in the marketplace all the time. You have to be willing to hold through those kind of things in order to see a profit, especially if you know the company's good. Amazon is not a failing company. Like, why would you sell? Just because you have a 20% drop in price, why would you sell? You know, you're not invested in a company that's a failure, but yet there's probably tons of people that sold their positions off here because they wanted to be a part of it, and they could get in at a much lower price with a split. So they started buying shares. Maybe they started buying shares beforehand, or maybe they even started buying it after the split occurred, and the price had gone down, and then price just starts dropping more and more and more and more. So yeah, kind of crazy. I don't know if that's going to be exactly what happens with Nvidia, but their split is coming. I think it's not too long from now. How close does this look to price movement? In contrast, it's obviously not on a downswing like Amazon was at the time, but it could start moving that direction soon. Their average 3-month volume is 49 million shares. Today they've already hit 20. We are 33 minutes into trading, and they've already traded 21.56 million shares. So we're seeing a big boost in volume with price down. That's real selling. Holy crap, is my tramp going to hit here? Holy, that's insane. It never happens. Donkey Kong says, "Get him, Bruno. Get him." Nah, it's somebody's mowing outside, and he's getting upset. All right, numbers.
You can do it.
All right, let's do it. I'll take you guys over the other page here, and let's take a look at what we got going on. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you're getting that statement for your portfolio whenever it changes. You need to be responsible for knowing what it is that you hold, and the only way you can hold that responsibility for yourself is by having a copy of that statement. It's only usually a couple clicks to get it, so do it. All right, let me move a couple pages around here. Actually, no, I'll wait on that. This is the first rundown since market open, so we'll skip that portion of it. Price prediction tally points. Holy moly, Bruno, really? Okay, it's all right. I know they're out there. Got it. I know. It's okay. All right, let's see here. Starting with the top left-hand side of the screen, we've got price prediction tally points. Everybody got a point yesterday. There was nobody eligible for a bonus point since nobody had a unique price prediction, and nobody hit right on the dot. So everybody got a point. For today, our price predictions, unfortunately, Rex didn't make it in for a price prediction, so he has to go with yesterday's numbers. And then we've got these are the numbers here. Everybody is eligible for a unique price prediction bonus point today, which means that price has to close within 10 cents of their prediction. Rex has got 415 to 515. Up from that, we have Apex at 445 to 545. Up from that, we have Twisty at 460 to 560. And up from that, I have 475 to 575. Remember, it's not financial advice. It's just what 4 apes are trying to guess as best as we possibly can where we think price is going to close by the end of the day. Let's see here. We've got short exempt volume was up yesterday on the elevated volume that we had. Yesterday's volume was, I don't know why the screen never shows up, 61.3 million shares traded yesterday, so that extra volume that we had yesterday increased the amount of short exempt volume that there was at 1.35 million shares. Utilization still low at 81.19%, but we did have the last 3 trading days higher than 15% each day. The average over the last 3 days were over 5% per day. I think we were probably around 16 or 17% over the last 3 days. That's 3 of 3, so I got it marked. Two out of those are marked green. We just need utilization to get up to above 90% to start seeing cost to borrow starting to rise, and all of our significant portions of a squeeze cake are in place. Max Payne is $4.50 for this week. It's $4.50 for next week and $4 for the week after. None of those numbers changed for us. I think for GME it's at 25 and they're at 32 right now. Or no, yeah, 25 is right. Yeah, and it didn't move either. I'm really surprised by that. I thought for sure it would go up, and it didn't. Let's take a look at off exchange volume. Sometimes I wonder, like, does he just want to go say hi, or like his barking is angry, but then whines like he wants to play? I'm not sure. Normally, by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange about 44% and EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. And right now, we got 54.58% going through off exchange. EDGX at 14.54. Those numbers are very, very high. It's about 15.12% higher than what I would normally expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is elevated on AMC at 18,117 shares. I get excited over 30,000. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 32,630 shares already. That's a massive amount of shares already being returned this morning. Don't normally see that number over 30,000 this early. According to IBKR, there is approximately 400,000 shares available to borrow currently with a fee of 2.65, and the rebate did drop down to 2.67. When that rebate gets to a negative number, that means it's hard to borrow. Let me see how many shares have been borrowed since we checked this earlier this morning. Looks like only an additional 50,000. So yesterday we had about, I think it was, shoot, I forget how much it was now. I think it was 550,000 shares borrowed yesterday. So far for today, we're at 450. Moving on. Institutional ownership was reported by Fintel at 85.434 million shares earlier this morning, and that number has not changed. We're kind of in that dead period zone right now where there's no reporting on Fintel. You probably have other websites that are giving you different values. I understand. Don't worry. I'm not concerned about that. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day is coming in at a $5.50 strike. That's where it was yesterday. There's 8.1 thousand contracts in volume. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about like 3,500. Highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $5 strike. Yesterday it was 4.5. There's currently 4.1 thousand contracts in volume. Holy crap, this is so much background noise. Really? Bruno, come on, man. It happens like every week. It's okay. Dude, it's okay. Yeah, I know. All right. Market suggesting closing price today is somewhere between 5 and 5.5. Based off of current volume that we're seeing right now going through there. If you want a more detailed look at some of those numbers for this week and next week in options and open interest, you can go into the beginning portion of this morning's view of both AMC and GME's numbers on options. Let me take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. I mean, I'm going to move some screens around is what I meant to say. Bruno's distracting me over here. He's like still going nuts. Move that. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with Ortex. So far for the day-to-day, according to Ortex, there's been 748,000 shares returned. That's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to drop a little bit to 13.99%. Cost of borrow ends at 0.56. Average is 2.95 and max 4.33. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 81.23 million shares. That's 2.03 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimated about 700,000 of those was in closed short interest. Let's look at what some of those numbers look like. Here's our utilization dropping from 81.79 to 81.19. On loan amount dropping from 83.2 to 81.23. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropping from 14.26 to 14.07. And the on-loan average age per day still rising. Went up from 22.81 to 24.02. We did find our bottom on that specific indicator on May 31st, which means within 15 trading days we should see price getting some kind of significant increase in price movement, which would put us on June 21st. Security lending volume is falling day over day. We had 8.56 previously. It was reported this morning at 3.31 for yesterday. Taking a look at GME's numbers, and I'll just cover just what's going on right now in borrowed shares. So far for the day-to-day on GME, there's about 698,000 shares borrowed so far. Minimum cost per borrow min is at 3.54, average 4.21, and max 14.39. SSR trigger price for AMC for the day-to-day is at 464. Currently, there's 196.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 52.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 74.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 3.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. On GME, looks like SSR, it's saying SSR triggered. Hold on a second here. Is that right? We'll look at that here in a second. I don't know why I guess how did it trigger? I'm not sure what's going on here. That doesn't seem right to me. Because it's saying the price is at 30. Yeah, it's saying it's at 33.48. If it did trigger, it would have been like super, super quick. Like a really quick volatility move to 28.41. We'll have to check that out and see if that's really the case. Let's see here. Oh, the options are not reporting for Stonko Tracker. There might be something going on here with Stonko Tracker. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME's number 2 on the list here with a 62.13% buy to 37.87% sell ratio. Looking decent. AMC is on the list. We have a 57.62% buy to 42.38% buy-sell ratio. That's not the 60-40 minimum that I'd like to see, but it's close. MMRI an hour or earlier this morning was 278.97. It's now 278.44. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates earlier this morning was 0.436. Is now currently 0.435. Not really much of a change. NASDAQ is down 0.15. Dow Jones is up 0.43, and the S&P 500 is up 0.03. We have 2,873 decliners to 2,301 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. Not quite on fire yet, but getting close. Sectors that are doing, and it's kind of a mixture today of sectors doing poorly and sectors that are doing well. The worst sector is materials, followed by industrials. The best performing sectors for the day-to-day is communications. Why is this tight? Communications followed by... No, yeah, that's right. I can't even read these. Oh, consumer discretionary. Oh, I'm sorry, staples. That's staples. Of the Mag 7, 4 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% or more will get a shout out. A lot of green going on today in the financials. Nothing gets a shout out. Gold is currently up 0.23. Looks to me like it's maybe putting a little bit of a reversal in here. Maybe some consolidation. I'm going to go with consolidation. It's consolidating. Silver is up 1.26, probably consolidating on this too. Let me look at it. Let me look at it a larger time interval. Yeah, I feel like this is a lot of consolidation going on right now. It's consolidation with volatility. Ethereum Classic is up 0.85 and slightly trending down. The US dollar is down 0.05. I'm going with consolidating on that. Oil is up 0.23, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.05 to 0.06 and trending down. Actually, I take that back. BlackRocks are trending down and Vanguards are consolidating. SPY is breaking even for the day today on 6.09 million shares traded so far after 48 minutes worth of trading. VIX is currently up 0.55 and trending down. It's at 12.7 with the futures suggesting it being somewhere right around 13.28. So it should be making a reversal into an uptrend unless it's going to be leading the futures. VB is down 0.24 and it looks like it's breaking into a downtrend. VBR is down 0.13, also looking like it's breaking into a downtrend. Tesla is down 0.87. Did initially run up at market open and then started falling quickly, and now it's consolidating after that fall. Amazon is up 0.52, trended up on market open and is consolidating. Cinemark is up 1.64, trending up very nicely. Doge is breaking even for the day today, and I'd say it's currently on a downtrend, but yeah, let's call it consolidation. I mean, the overall trend here is down, but currently over a longer period of time, I'd say it's consolidating. Bitcoin is currently pretty much breaking even as well, and I'd also kind of call this consolidation, maybe a little bit of an uptrend showing here. Let me go back to Doge real quick and look at this. I mean, it depends on where you're going to look at this. I mean, there's a couple of different ways to look at this. You could see a little bit of an uptrend over a longer period of time, but you could also see a more current downtrend. And that's not breaking that uptrend, that longer period of time uptrend here just yet. But you're kind of looking at something along the lines of this, but it looks like it's getting really, really close to wanting to break out going upwards. So maybe I should call that an uptrend. I'd say an uptrend on Doge. So we'll say the same thing on Bitcoin. GME is up 6.72, trending up. Why the heck is it reporting SSR got tripped? It did not get tripped on this. I don't know what's going on here with the report on tripping SSR, because it is very obviously not. HYMC is down 6.06% and trending down. NCMI is down 1.28, trending down. Hood is up 2.97, consolidating with some volatility. AMC is down 0.81, and I'd say it's kind of consolidating right now. Maybe a slight uptrend going on. Looks like it wants to try and break 523 one more time, maybe before, or hit 523 one more time. We got one major hit here. We got another major hit here. We may see another hit and potential breakthrough after that going on. So we're seeing this on a larger time scale. This very large wedge that we've got going on here for potential breakout. I can't believe I didn't draw a box here. For potential breakout, gosh, I guess somewhere in here maybe. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. Wow. Okay. $4.5 million more inflow than outflow. 12.74 million shares traded so far. After 52 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for 95.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 40 and 60 million. I think there's a good chance that we see something very, very close to what we had in volume yesterday, which was 61.3 million. So it might be on the high side of my volume prediction, but I was kind of felt like that was going to be the case anyways. So on a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 58.87, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, but a little bit of whipsaw kind of going on here on this indicator, meaning that it's uncertain as to which direction it's going to break here, but RSI is at 60.32, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, also whipsaw going on, more selling pressure currently than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.02, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 53.16, which is just slightly above average. Ichimoto, 1 hour. Lagging lines above price line. Conversion is back above base. It very temporarily dropped below base earlier this morning, and price is above the cloud. This is a buy signal. Anything above $5.10, I said to you, should be a buy signal for the day to day on this trading indicator. So and we have mostly red cloud ahead of us. And price usually likes to break down through green and up through red. So we've already broke through, actually before the red even started, a little on the early side here. So this should be able to see a continuation on price movement upwards. If there's investors who are looking to get in and maybe try and make some money on this, they might see a good buy signal if this starts to boost up above $5.10 significantly. So if we see like a quick run, and it's again that 532 number that I kind of mentioned to you guys, that's going to look sweet for somebody. Or 523 rather, sorry. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line. Conversion is above base, but we're inside the cloud, and unfortunately with this technical indicator, and this is why I liked it. I was just mentioning earlier that on a 30-minute time, or not 30-minute, on a 3-hour time interval is what I usually like to trade on. I'll bet you, I can't change this chart to a 3-hour, but I'll bet you a 3-hour chart looks much better than this. But the 4-hour chart's showing us a pretty big red cloud here, and suggesting that this is not really a buy signal. And remember, that's an indicator. A 4-hour time interval is going to give you an idea that you've got a couple days worth of good trading that's going to go on, or should indicate that to you. We are showing a little bit of green cloud here in the future, which means that once we do break this cloud on the upside, it could come down a little bit afterwards. But as it stands right now, we're getting ready to break this cloud going into tomorrow. And that should become a buy signal, provided we keep the conversion above base and the lagging line above price line. And for the most part, that's looking pretty positive. But it's just not really looking all that hot because it's a 4-hour chart here. I'll pull up a 3-hour chart for you here in just a minute. Let me see here. Actually, I'll just do it now. Give me 1 second. I don't know why this isn't popping up. Oh, I know what it just did. I'm such a doofus. The clouds that I'm about to show you here are going to be a little bit different looking to you because the way that TradingView does this, colors the clouds. The clouds are correct colored, but some of the other lines in here that you're getting are a little bit not ideal. And they don't stand out as well as they do here on Webull, but that's part of the reason why I use Webull as a page to show you. So this is a 3-hour IC. So you've got your conversion is, in this particular case, your conversion is going to be the, what are they showing here? Base Conversion is blue. Baseline is red. So your blue and red are on top of each other, and your lagging line is green back here. So your lagging line is above price line. Conversion and base are right on top of each other, but wouldn't take much more price movement upwards to really cause this to turn into a buy signal. You know, like that 523 range is what I'm talking about, where this really starts to become that big buy signal. So like I was saying, the 3-hour chart's going to give you a more refined, closer time frame to when, like for a shorter period of time on when you would invest into this signal. So maybe like a 3 to 5 day range is what you'd be looking for. And for anybody who's a quick day trader, which is, definitely where we get some of our FOMO buys for AMC or any stock for that matter. That's what you're looking for. Is you're looking for those investors who are going to fly in and I like to refer to them as like the Navy SEALs of investors, where they just come in and they hit it real quick and then leave. So if we're going to be getting FOMO investors into AMC, this would probably be that period of time here where it's starting to show, a 3 to 5 day potential earning or increase in price movement incoming. So this is the 4-hour chart, and this is the 3. A little bit different. Anytime you're trading with new trading indicators that you've never used before, you got to see what works for you over time. This is why it's always really, really important to use like a test bed platform of paper trading, and just kind of see what works for you over time. And if you find you hit more trades more precisely with certain time intervals, it's all about experience, right? The more experience you put in, the more failures you have, to where you can figure out what works out the best for you, the highest percentage of accuracy without making bad trades. Those are the kind of things that you just kind of make mental notes on, and you say, this works best for me. I need to do this. And make the trading indicators work for you. You don't, just because a trading indicator may not be working for you on a certain time interval or on the way that it's set up on the parameters, doesn't mean you can't change it in some kind of way to where it could work for you. So it's always fun to experiment around a little bit with trading indicators and just kind of see what works best. But always test. Never just dive into it and go like, oh yeah, YOLO. Don't do that. That's bad. Apex says the lowest GME reached was $29.95 and SSR triggers at $28.41, so should not be on at the moment. I agree. I don't see any price movement in here that was even actually. I don't. That you're talking about pre-market even, because during market open hours the lowest here is 31.28, and SSR only counts for during market open periods of time. So that's not even close.
Roadrunner's claiming that it's because of yesterday, not today.
Did it trigger yesterday? No, it triggered 2 days ago. It triggered 2 days. Wait, hold on a second here. Let's check and see. That's possible. That could be possible. I thought it was up yesterday, but let's check it. Let's see, and we'll find out for sure. Let's see here. I will tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt whether that's the case. That is not what I wanted. Where is it? There we go. GME. It's not on the list for yesterday. That would be a false statement. Here's the list for yesterday. Let's make sure I got the right date on here. 6/5. Yep, that's yesterday. There's only 2 stocks on here that has, well, it's really the same stock, but there's only one stock out there really that triggered for G's. There's nothing, there's no other G's in there, so that is a incorrect, invalid statement. It was on yesterday for the previous day, however. Yep. TB says just take the 4-hour Ichimoto and subtract the 1-hour Ichimoto to get the 3-hour Ichimoto. I mean, you really could. All you have to do is, I mean, you could just move the cloud back. I mean, when you're looking at it from a 4-hour, you could just look at it and say, like, okay, if I were to move that four blocks backwards, you know, as you're looking at it, and that's basically what a 3-hour would probably be, as a couple, somewhere around 4 blocks, if I imagined. I'm guessing. What is this? Oh, that's my Bollinger Band. Yeah, that's probably about right. Essentially. And that would work. Brian says no buffering today. Well, that's good. Well, what all do we got back here? Quack Quack, good morning. Funky, good morning to you. Good to see you guys. I saw earlier, Funky, you were saying something about your daughter was crying for feeding time.
Yeah, it was like 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, feed
Morning,
me
by the way.
now. Good morning. Yeah, you gotta love those early morning feeding cries. It's just like, it's probably next to an alarm clock going off. Probably one of the most annoying things ever.
Yeah,
Good
about
morning.
every 2 hours.
Yep. Good morning, Quack Quack. Moonlit Riffs, good morning to you. Did anybody watch the SpaceX shuttle takeoff? Like, how did it do? Huh, it says here, I see the update, or I just pulled up Twitter, and he says, despite loss of many tiles and a damaged flap, Starship made it all the way to a soft landing in the ocean. Splashdown confirmed. Congratulations to the entire SpaceX team on an exciting 4th flight test of Starship. Well, that's better than I guess they've been doing. I don't understand why they keep getting so much damage on there. I mean, I do understand why. I mean, I don't know if you guys seen some of the launches that they've had on the. I mean, their pads that they're launching off of are just getting destroyed.
Hey, did you see that one launch where they're saying there's a little mouse or a rat running around on the booster?
No.
Yeah, there's some video of live feed of the rocket going up into space, whatever, right?
Uh-huh.
And in the bottom of the corner, you could see something that looks like a rat crawls around the engine compartment, turns around, and goes back the other way.
Oh, he's toast.
So they're saying, they're saying it's mocked up, right? That's fake. He didn't launch it. Yeah, look it up, SpaceX mouse. You'll see the video.
Nothing like getting a hydraulic line chewed through as you're trying to launch your $1 billion. I don't know how much those things cost, but your hundreds of millions dollar rocket. Gosh, man, that's what in the world would a rat want to be doing out on a launch pad on a? What are they dropping food out there or something, or what's going on? Like, why are the rats there?
It's mid-flight.
Oh, it's
actually
mid-flight.
Yeah.
So it's but
you gotta go watch the video.
All right, hold on a second.
Go
Let
find
me pull it up here. Let's see. I'm gonna should I put in rat on SpaceX? Right, okay, that pops up. Let's see here.
Just see this video that space.
Oh, okay, hold on a second here. So I'm actually viewing somebody else's video. It's like it's so brief.
It's hard to tell, right? But it looks like a mouse or a rat. It's probably just debris floating around, but
yeah.
But it looks like it. It's interesting.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how the quality is on what it is I'm looking at here, but I don't know if I could. I mean, that's a stretch on the quality on the video. So I'll show you what it is that they're showing in the video here. This is this quality is really poor to be calling that a mouse or a rat or whatever. Let's see. Like that's I don't even quite know how you could call that something, anything really.
Oh no, that's not the video.
That's not the video? Okay.
No, there's one that it's a black and white photo or video, and it's the booster. It's a video of the booster as it's going up, and you see a little rat crawl around the engine compartment. Put maybe mouse.
All right, let me try mouse. All I'm getting is that same video. It keeps popping up over. I mean, it's not that. I'm getting a bunch of different videos of the same thing, though.
Huh. No. There's a black and white one. Let me see if I can find it and I can put it in the bowl.
Yeah. Stella says Elon wanted $56 billion bonus, yet Tesla hasn't made $1 billion in revenue. What a clown. Apex is saying he's saying it's CGI. I'm like, I have mixed feelings about Elon. Like, what I like about him is that he is willing to be revolutionary. I think he's willing to push the limits. And I think that's kind of cool. I think we need more people like that. Because you'll never have advancements if you don't have people who aren't willing to try and take risks and advancements in technology, and he's willing to do that, and I think that's really, really cool. What I don't like is some of the ideas that he comes up with are kind of like those like, that'll never work. You need to scratch that idea right now. The concept that's just not going to happen. So And that's where I draw, I go like, there are some things where, you can, and the only one I can really draw on that I'm thinking of is when those kids were trapped in the underwater cave. Well, it wasn't underwater when they went through it, but they ended up having some really heavy rains in like Thailand or something. I can't remember what country it was, but maybe it was the Philippines. I think it was the Philippines. And these kids got trapped with their guides, their camp guides or whatever, down in this cavern as it got filled up with water. And Elon came up with this like contraption that he wanted them to use to try and rescue the kids. And being a certified diver myself, there are just certain things that would and would not work in certain situations. And I felt like this is one of those things where he's a great engineer and comes up with ideas, but when engineering and application are two different things in life. And you always find this in every field you go into. Engineers always have these great ideas, but they never actually think about like, oh, what happens when you do this when you're using it. And so they fail to remember the dynamics of human usage and how that would potentially, or human reactions and how that would play into a breaking of whatever it is that they're designing. So I love the fact that he was trying to help out. That's awesome. I think that's very commendable of him to try to help out. But when a bunch of professionals tell you like, this will not work, and I'll tell you why, because people will not function well in a situation with what you're showing me here. When somebody tells you that and then you refuse to listen to that and redesign or re-engineer what it is that you're trying to come up with, that's a failure, a major, major failure on your part, because you're not listening to the application side of what it is that you're engineering. And I have a big problem with that. You have to listen to that kind of stuff because there's safety issues, big time safety issues that you have to consider as an engineer. And that's why when I see stuff like that told, that submarine that guy built, what was it called? The one that was going down the Titanic that imploded. I forget what the name of the company was called, but again, application engineering, not solid, because when you talk about the application of it, the particular way that then the products that he was, or not products, but the materials that were used for that are not going to stand over time or last over time, and it's just going to break down and you end up having failures. And everybody who is experienced, OceanGate, thank you. Everybody who is experienced in application told him this will fail over time. And did he listen? No, he's like, no, we're just going to bypass safety. Forget safety. We're engineering the crap out of this to be successful, and we can do it. We did it once. We can do it twice. We'll do it again. And it's like, no, application is everything. Yeah, Logitech controller. I mean, I would not feel very safe knowing that I had a Logitech controller controlling something that I had. I mean, I know I've seen those things fail firsthand. So, and that's one of those things you have to, take into consideration when you're designing stuff. But I do like the fact that Elon is so courageous in trying to be on the front lines of ingenuity and breaking into new fields and stuff. It's just really good. I like that. I like seeing that. We need more people like that.
Respect for the guy. He's a maker, a builder, a creator, a dreamer. Doesn't mean he has all the answers, and it doesn't mean he doesn't make mistakes, but I see so much hate for him. And it's generally from people who've accomplished bupkis. They haven't done a damn thing in their life that anyone would ever even want to hear about.
Yeah.
But yet somehow or another, Elon's this giant evil guy. And it's, I don't know. I find it distasteful.
Yeah. I like, again, that's why I said I have mixed feelings. I see somebody who wants to help, and I like that. That's the commendable part that I want, that I love more than anything about him as a person, is the fact that he wants to make changes and help advanced society. And I think that's awesome.
Well, it's like we have no one to look up for anymore. It's like nobody's good enough. Everyone's shit or lower levels of shit. I mean, we talk about Charles Manson and high school shooters and the dregs of society, the pure scum, the filth. There has to be an opposite to that. There's a curve here. Somebody has to be at the other end of that spectrum. Why can't we have a few heroes or a couple good guys? Why does every single person has to be demonized in some fashion? Can't we have just one person to look up to and say that guy's doing good?
Stella says, "What has Elon done to better humanity?" He's provided people with jobs.
Well, there's many things. I would say he's single-handedly reinvigorated interest in space exploration.
Yep.
I mean, that's no small thing. We're not talking about some fucking guy who wants to, open up a chain of chicken wing restaurants. We're talking about a guy who wants to go visit another planet. Is that not a noble goal? I'm not even saying he can do it, but I mean, where would we be if you didn't have people who said, I think I can create light, artificial light bulbs, or a guy who said, I think I can create something that's better than a car for transportation? Where would we be without these guys? But that's all right. Just hate on them, beat them down, call them trash, whatever works for you.
I think it's interesting.
What I like.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was gonna say what I like is that out of all the ingenuity that they build, we get the end product of it at the end. So whatever technologies and advances they're able to overcome and achieve, eventually trickles down to the population, so they benefit from that as well.
I feel like we've seen, and I don't want to say that they're the leading forefront of self-driving cars. And I know there's going to be so many people. This is going to start all kinds of crazy. I'm going to start everybody on a war rampage here. Everybody's going to be like, I don't want a self-driving car. So I get it, I know, but I would say that he's definitely, the company's leading on getting us towards that. The idea that we could potentially have self-driving cars. And when you ask, well, what good is that? Well, maybe eventually down the road, we're going to end up seeing less people getting in accidents and killed. And I know that may not necessarily be the case currently, but down the road, that kind of progress typically leads to success in reduction in loss of life. And I think that's important to acknowledge.
Advancements in robotics, not to mention AI. Most people don't know that he was instrumental. And if my memory serves, he even made it open source, what the advancements that he had helped contribute to artificial intelligence, the Neuralink, to be able to take somebody if your child is stuck in a wheelchair because they had a spinal cord injury that left them paraplegic for life, and this dude can have a surgeon insert something into your brain that allows you to, if nothing else, just use your hands or stand again. But yeah, he's not contributing to society.
We're living in the future.
Thanks for reminding me, Joe. You're welcome. Yeah, I know. He's a very polarizing kind of person, guys. I'm not trying to create drama in the tramp here with y'all, but and I get it. I get how polarizing he is, and I'm not. I think it comes with the territory. Henry Ford was polarizing. Yeah, it does come. Yeah.
Nikola Tesla and all these guys were polarizing. Look at all the giants, the robber barons, the Rockefellers. By their very nature, these guys were because they were so different. I would just argue that where would we be without those type of people?
Brian says the tramp worked. kind of maybe. Seems like I might need to move it a little. Yeah, I get it, Stella. I understand. I don't, like I said, there are things that I don't like, and I was just giving one example. There are other things as well that I don't like about him, but but I think that, like we just said, he's a very polarizing kind of person, and nobody's ever going to like everything that it is that he does. At some point or another, he's probably going to offend somebody, and it's because he's on the brink. He's on the very edge of doing things people don't normally do, and it's polarizing. But yeah, I wasn't trying to create drama in the back of the big tramp here, so we don't have to continue to talk about him. I was just asking him.
No, there's no drama, and everyone's entitled to their opinion, and
Yeah.
I think it's good to have a spirited debate. Let people make their. I'm not trying to insult anyone or shit on anybody's opinion. I just like to make mine heard as well, and I just.
Just to change the subject a little bit here, I do have a message from good old Gazerbeam Gary. He's got a little bit of a projection on perhaps maybe what the future may hold. What's this stuff?
Yeah, that's getting real popular. Yeah, some funny stuff. That's part of that clip where they had
I'm pumped.
Kramer was trying to goad him. Jim Kramer was trying to goad him in to making a public statement that Deep fucking Value was engaged in some sort of illegal activity. It was the most disgusting display. These guys call themselves journalists, and he just kept trying to make him publicly declare that there was something illegal about what Roaring Kitty was doing. It was awful. And then that's what you got out of it right here.
Gary Gensler. Right?
I think if you were gonna, you want to talk about who's pumping the market right now?
Fucking Kramer, that's great.
The only thing we don't have here is a dump showing. So I don't know. Maybe somebody needs he's pumping. Somebody needs to put Kramer in dumping.
Somebody who had the skills to edit that could take his hand, not the hand he's pumping with, but the other hand, and just turn it upside down so that it's like he's cradling, something.
Little handy.
Surely somebody can just rotate that picture, isolate it, draw a circle around it, and just ask the computer to invert it so that his palm is facing up instead of down.
Are you talking about?
Good morning, Yucca.
Yeah, Tron. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. The cupping. You need him to cup.
Yeah, and Audio Tits, good morning.
Good morning. You guys are talking about five head this morning.
Say again?
Yeah.
Talking about what?
Oh, Mr. Five Head. Everybody else has a forehead. He has a five head.
I've never heard him call that, but okay.
They have this new icon, says 8 ways to find pride with Google.
Casey, I did DM you again about that share count thing that I was talking about yesterday.
Oh, okay. Let's see what you now you now give yourself up here. Let's see here. It says, can I read this out loud?
Sure. Yeah.
You said, morning after another call with Fidelity regarding my share count for the vote and whether or not any share lending was turned on. They claim I'm not lending shares. Apparently, I purchased the difference of the shares missing on the 11th and 12th of April. Fidelity told me the X date was the 10th. The Fidelity rep was reluctant to email me anything regarding our conversation, just told me to Google AMC finance records and Def 4A. So I thought you had said you purchased those in March, though.
Well, my original purchase was back in 21. I've been accumulating since, so I wasn't aware of that X date.
So you did pick up the shares after the 10th, or Like the 9th, maybe?
The 11th and 12th.
Okay, 11th and 12th. Okay, so, all right, well, problem solved. It was not an issue.
There's no drama here.
Yep,
He
no.
bought the shares after the to date.
Yep, that's the solution to it. So we actually had that's actually both of the people who had share amounts that were underneath or their voting amount showing up for shares that were eligible for a vote were both individuals who purchased shares after the ex-dividend date. All right, well, that's good to know. Figured it out.
Just thought I would keep you abreast.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And it's good that we cleared it all up.
Catch you guys on the flip side.
Take care, man. Moonlit Rift says, I learned that if your share lending is on not only the lend out shares, but your whole portfolio is not SIPC insured anymore. That's actually news to me as well. I wonder if that's for every broker. Let me check something on that. I guess I didn't know these things. I guess I've never loaned out my shares before because I'm usually in and out of my positions within a couple weeks time, usually less than a month. I don't really want to stay in the position for very long, typically. And I'm not talking about now, but in the past when I would make trades, and so I don't really think about these kind of things very much. So let me just check something real quick here. Wow. This just says, but lent out shares are not covered. If your shares are lent out and the broker goes under, let's see here.
Maybe Moonlit Rifts can shed some light on it. Where did you learn that, Moonlit? If you don't mind me asking, what kind of source, or if you don't.
Now here's something I just ran into. According to Charles Schwab, it says here, SIPC will not cover the securities position on loan. However, the loan will be backed by 102% collateral held at Charles Schwab Trust Company. So they're claiming that while you may not be SIPC insured while you're loaning your position, that they do have they're holding collateral according to their statement for the position. They say up to 102% of the position, but I mean, that's arguable about what price you would be getting for them. I'll have to do some more investigating into that and inquire about it, because I don't really know anything about this. This is all kind of new information for me. I just learned, like, within the last couple of weeks that lending of shares weren't SIPC insured. So this is all new to me. This is something I would have to dive into. I don't understand why shares in an account that were not being loaned would not be SIPC covered, and that may be a specific thing to a specific broker. Let me try one more search here. It says SIPC insurance protects investors in the event that their brokerage firm goes bankrupt and they lose cash or securities like stocks and bonds. However, when shares are loaned out, they are temporarily not protected from loss. It doesn't say anything about the accounts, though. It also goes on to say some brokerages that offer share lending programs like Charles Schwab and Fidelity provide collateral to back the loan. And they go on to mention the same thing about what I just read to you about Charles Schwab doing 102% backed loans, while Fidelity provides collateral for at a minimum of 100% of the loan value. SIPC also protects the cash collateral received for the loan securities for up to $250,000. I don't know. I would have to. I would have to probably call a broker and find out if that's the case or not. I mean, or you could provide some link maybe for us to read through. But that's kind of news to me. It kind of doesn't really make a whole lot of sense why a non-loaned out position would not be covered, unless it's just standard practice is that they just apply everything under an account that's share lending as non-insured. But again, all this is kind of new to me, so well, for anything, always double check my information. Don't just take my word for it.
Hey, Casey, is there like a Fibonacci or something on that $5? Because it keeps bouncing off of it. Has it built the bottom there?
Let's see.
It seems like it's bounced off of it a couple times, which is good because we want to keep it above 5.
So below 5, you can see on the volume profile for at least the last 48 hours, well, less than 48, a little less than 48 hours. You can see that the volume profile, I should say 24 hours, about a little over 24 hours. The volume profile kind of dips off a little bit underneath 5. So there could be a little bit of, maybe it would be like the last line of support of volume. So if price did break below 5, you could see it, potentially fall a little bit further down again. You remember though that max pain is 450 for the week, so institutions I'm sure are going to want to love to try and drop price down. So here's going to be the magic and what's going to happen here for our future price movement. If price is difficult to move beyond $5 by too much, then you're going to see put positions starting to close out. Like the psychology here is that imagine you were holding a put position and you didn't see price continue to fall quickly or significantly, and you didn't believe between now and tomorrow that it was going to continue to fall, then you would probably want to close out those $5 puts, right? So if you start seeing a bunch of closing of $5 puts, that's going to be bullish and price should start rising again. So this is going to be that kind of like that do or die kind of moment for price movement for us right now for this week. Is whether or not we can hold 5. If we can hold 5 and puts decide they want to start closing, they shove it just enough down to where they close those $5 puts. Those puts go through, and then we start seeing price rising back up again. It may just be a temporary bump off of that $5 mark. So that's really what that $5 threshold is going to be all about.
All right. Gotcha.
Yeah. And the calls are going to want to see price staying above 5. So they're going to be trying to try and fight price movement downwards. So you may see a lot of walls being built up in bids at a $5 mark. If you see those bids at $5, anything above $5 starting to disappear, then you know the push on the bid and the ask side. You're gonna start seeing price falling. You can see where at $5 is 6,750. And then the very next, at $4.99, there's only 1,300. So you can see it's going to start to fall pretty quickly once it breaks past that $5 mark. So if there's an institution out there that wants to try and close out those puts at 5, then what they're going to have to do is buy through that bid wall in order to get down to those lower levels so they can close out their positions. Does that make sense?
Definitely.
Yeah. So watch very carefully the walls of bid on the bidding side over here, and see what happens with those. Okay, so that 6,000's gone now. So that means they're hitting this. They're hitting it pretty good right now.
The screen you have us showing you're on the I think on the options screen.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I'd taken you over there so I
You're
could do
talking
numbers. My bad. So sorry about that. There we go. Okay, so we're starting to see the $5 starting to build a little bit now. It was 6,000 a second ago, and now it's at 8,000. So we're starting to see the wall getting built a little at that 5. So they're trying to protect it to keep price from moving down below that. And you can see that below that $5 mark, it gets really it dries up a little bit, and the price could very quickly move down to like 493, 492 is where the next wall would be.
Yep.
And that's kind of what I would expect. I would expect maybe even like a 480. Let's scroll down a little bit here. I would expect maybe even like a 480. Yeah, here we go. 487, 485. You got 2 big walls there, and we got a wall at 480. So that's gonna be where the main, like if it does break through 5, that's gonna be the main portion that's gonna try and hold price there. If those disappear at any given point, then price will continue to move down, and you can see there's now once you start breaking past 485, there's single orders showing up for some of these price levels, and that's when it's going to skip right through those really, really quickly. All right, cool.
I guess numbers time.
Yeah, my bad. I meant to. I think I got sidetracked by something and just stopped. It didn't go through them. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Do I got to give... Okay, no two-factor authentication speech this time. Let me move some screens around, and then we'll get into it. All right, starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect off exchange to be right around 60% going through there, and EDGX combined. We got a 56.97% going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.41 for a combined total of 70.38%, or about 10.38% higher than what I would expect it to be. CHX volume is at 22,027 shares. 30,000 is a lot, so it is definitely elevated right now. GME's CHX volume is coming in at 90,772 shares. A lot of shares being returned on GME right now. Taking a look at shares available to be borrowed, I think in the last hour, I had documented 50,000 shares having been borrowed. Since then, it's been another 150. So we're now at 600,000 shares borrowed for the day. I think it was like something like 6 or 650 yesterday. So we're getting really close to the same amount of shares borrowed as yesterday. Fees are at 2.65% according to IBKR. And let's see here. According to Ortex, an hour ago there was 748,000 shares returned for the day. It's now 514,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise a little to 14.02%. The cost of borrow ends at 0.56. Average is 3.13, max 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 81.23 million shares. That's 2.03 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 700,000 of that was in closed short interest. GME is, let's see what they got. They got 730,000 shares borrowed so far. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at a strike price of $5.50. There was 8.1 thousand contracts in volume an hour ago. There's now 11.4. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. That's 50 cents down than where it was earlier. I don't know if this is buy or sell contract volume that's being created. There was 4.1 thousand contracts at 5 an hour ago, but there's 6.8 at 4.5. If that's selling of contract or closing of contracts on puts at 4.5, that should be bullish on price movement. But I don't know what it is. It's hard for me to say. I don't know. I'm not an options guy. I don't know if there's a place out there where you can look to see how much of that volume is. There's got to be a way to figure that out. There's got to be. I'm not an options guy. Maybe I'll try to figure it out for you guys. See if there's a way to figure that out. But if that is closing volume there of open interest, then we should be seeing price starting to move up. But as it stands right now, the highest amount of volume separated by $1, so 4.5 to 5.5 is the range that the market is suggesting price is going to move towards. So perhaps maybe like a $5 close by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, GME's number 2 on the list here with a 61.57% buy to 38.43% sell ratio, looking pretty decent. Let's see here. AMC was on the list earlier this morning and looks to have fallen off. Yep, AMC is no longer on the list. We had a sucky buy sell ratio today too, which really kind of bites. But a lot of that could potentially be options closing out and calls. Sometimes it's not always direct volume related to shares, but more the derivatives. MMRI an hour ago was at 278.44. That is now currently at 277.96. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates is 0.441. An hour ago it was 0.435. NASDAQ is down 0.04. Dow Jones is up 0.1, and the SP 500 is up 0.02. We have 3,260 decliners to 2,202 advancers. The market is more declining this hour than it was an hour ago. Almost getting close to almost being on hot lava fire. Sectors for the day today. We have worst performing sector, utilities, followed by industrials. Best performing sector is communications, followed by consumer staples. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. One's kind of flip-flopping back and forth here. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or more from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Good mixture of red and green going on today. Kind of balanced a little bit. Gold is currently up 0.7 and trending up. Silver is up 3.02, trending up. That's a pretty big jump here on silver. Let's take a look at that at a larger time scale. Ooh, that's nasty. Ethereum Classic is down 0.51 and consolidating. US dollar is down 0.04. Consolidating. Oil is up 0.37 and looks like it was in a downtrend earlier and has broken that trend into an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.03 to 0.04 and consolidating. SPY is up 0.01 and trending down. On what kind of volume is it on? Hold on a second here. 9.36 million shares so far after 107 minutes of trading. Let's see what kind of pace that is. Yeah, it's pretty low volume. It was 33, in case you didn't see it. 33.9 million pace, which means it's going to go down as the day continues on. VIX is down 0.16 and trending down at 12.61. The futures are suggesting it should be around 13.23. It does look like the VIX is leading the futures, which is unusual. VB is down 0.25. Looks like it may be making a reversal and from a downtrend into an uptrend. VBR is up 0.24. Also the same thing, was in a downtrend, making a reversal. Tesla is down 0.35 and starting to trend back up after trending down. Amazon is up 1.42, trending up. Nothing but up for the most part. Cinemark is up 1.94, trending up. Doge is up 0.68, trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.46, trending up. GME is up 5.05. It's trending up. HYMC is down 5.38 and consolidating. NCMI is down 3.63, trending down. HOOD is up 4.96, trending, consolidating after an uptrend. AMC is down 1.56 and is consolidating after a bit of a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow. Wow, we got a lot of inflow today. Let's see here. 5.5? Yeah, about $5.5 million more inflow than outflow. 17.09 million shares traded so far. After 109 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 61.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 40 and 60 million. So we're almost inside my range. That could be a good prediction today. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 57.83, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. What appears to be a divergence about to happen. RSI is at 56.22, which is slightly below average. And on a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.84, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.38, which is average. And looks like there might be a little bit of news here. I really feel like they're really trying to pit us against each other here. They're saying GameStop rises, AMC falls at the meme rally sputters, or as the meme rally sputters, what to know. Yeah, I feel like this is more of one of those articles that's just trying to, it's pushing the whole meme topic. Like, oh, it's a meme stock. Don't forget, by the way, it's a meme stock. In case you didn't remember, it's a meme stock. Okay, thanks. It's like being in an interview with somebody. And you're trying to have a normal conversation with them, and then you know what it's like, Pirate, to have like a normal conversation with somebody.
What's normal?
Meme. It's like that joke. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
Moo!
It's like, it's just okay. All right, got it. Okay, get it. It's.
Well, hold on. We need this. Hold on. No, not that one. This one.
Yeah. That's essentially what they're. Oh, meme! Don't forget meme stocks. Oh, Foo Dog says it's the impatient cow. Sorry, Phil.
Well, then for that, you get this.
Hey, Bubblehead Ross, what do you think of my jokes?
Now then, let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this whole technique. Okay, shake off the excess. And just beat the devil
Is
out
it
of
broken?
No, you didn't hear it?
Yeah, I heard. No, it was two separate ones, right?
No. He's talking through it, and then he's smacking his brush off. He's beating his brush. I think what he's trying to say is, I think what he's trying to say is that, Casey, when you tell a joke, you're beating a dead horse. Stop. I think that's the summary of what it is that he's trying to say in a very, very polite kind of way.
I thought he was talking about Yucca beating his brush.
Yeah, see, even Food Dog's catching
Cocaine
it.
is a hell of a drug.
Oh, boy. Dario says, did you see that article about Berkshire? They said the glitch happened to Berkshire Chipotle, a meme, darling GME. It's such a joke at this point. Yeah, I did. I think I posted up the day after it happened or the day of. I can't remember. I think it was the day after. I probably got it up here somewhere. But yeah, it wasn't just one stock, and one of the interesting things is I think if you go and you look at all the different stocks that were impacted by it, what you'll find is that some of those were probably not very heavily shorted stocks, meaning everybody and their brother institutionally is invested in those long, which means that they're collaterally held positions across the board. So the whole hostage scenario that I described to you guys, I think is a very plausible case to be made.
Fucker right in the pussy.
Yep. Phil, good morning.
That motherfucker.
Good morning.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
So I have heard. Larry says, well, just dropping in to say hi. I have to go shortly, but we'll try and stay in channel here and in... I don't know what that is. Hope AMC can go past 6 and beyond today. Have a good one. You too. Take care.
Is that the famous Larry?
That's the famous Larry. Stella, not to my knowledge.
It's gonna make this run.
Stella, not to my knowledge. I do not know that anybody ever explained the glitch. No.
And they never will.
I wouldn't count on it.
It's just a glitch.
Mm-hmm. Glitches get stitches.
Son of a glitch.
That's a good one. I like that one. Son of a glitch.
I got an itch.
Oh boy. Now we're working here.
Did you say I got an itch? Start the whole old man talk again.
That's right. What? Who turned up my hearing aid?
I threw out my hip.
Who got
fit him in?
Who got hitched?
Who got hit?
HMMWV, military Hummer. UPS delivery guy says, when did Rugged get in here? He's not in here. Y'all are quiet today. I'm gonna have to go find some. I'm gonna have to go find some material. Let's see.
I'm trying to be more pensive, man. More thoughtful, more deliberative.
Yucca's gone on strike from talking.
Try not to shoot from the hip and consider my words more carefully. be polite, kind, ingratiate myself to everybody.
Don't you give me
Be
a hard
loved.
time. Don't you give me a hard time. Food. Hey, at least Food's still talking. Kind of, sort of. He's just kind of giggling in the background.
Yucca's just now getting connected to the internet.
I think so. He's still trying.
Dial-up.
I haven't heard it connect yet. I think he's having usual connectivity
I'm
problems.
having technical difficulties.
Oh yeah, what's going on? Tell us about your technical difficulties.
Yeah, I can't get it up
Oh,
and running. I can't get it up
Yikes.
and running. The internet. That's the internet, man. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to behave. If I start
Behave.
behaving now.
Behave.
Then by Monday, we should be virgins again.
Oh man.
You know.
Innocent little yuccas.
Yep.
Where's Danny after Wednesday? He's got to come in here with a with his update. How come he hasn't? We need an update on what happened yesterday.
I think he's icing his rear end at this point.
Shoulder.
You guys remember the movie? You remember the scene in the movie Blues Brothers, where the two Blues Brothers were sitting in the Catholic church desk, and the nun is smacking her hands. That's Yucca and Foo sitting there, and Kay sees that nun with the damn measuring stick, and every time they cuss, she whacks them, and when she whacks them, they cuss, and then she hits them again. That's these two.
Casey's whacking us.
Did you see that?
Belushi,
With
Dan
my
Aykroyd,
measuring
Belushi
stick.
sitting in those little kids' chairs.
Measuring stick. I can't believe you call a ruler a measuring stick.
Yeah, whatever the hell it was.
Measuring device.
You got like.
I was at a loss. I was at a loss for what it was. They're trying to describe what she had in her hands. All I remember is she would hit Dan Aykroyd. She'd hit Dan Aykroyd, and he would say "damn," and then she'd hit him again for cussing. It's really funny.
That's good.
I do. I know. I really like. I'll probably never call a ruler a measure, or I'll never call a ruler again because I'm just going to call it a measuring stick from now on. I like it.
Technically, was I wrong? I mean,
It's like when somebody says something like spectacles, and you haven't heard the word in like eons, and you're like, oh, I like that. That's pretty nice. It's kind of different.
your vision improvement apparatus.
Yeah, that's right. I'm playing with my device that moves a cursor around on my computer screen ish with whatever it's called. I can't do it like
computer
my magical computer
Cursor
interface.
adjustment mechanism.
Oh my gosh. I love it. It's awesome.
I love the Blues Brothers. Even today, man, it stands up. It stands up well for its comedy.
Why do I keep wanting to call instead of Diesel, I keep wanting to call him Tank? I don't know why. I seriously want to call him Tank every time I hear him.
That was on the short list of his names, but we settled for Diesel instead.
Can we just rename him to Tank from now on?
Absolutely.
It would be easier.
We give everybody else in here nicknames. Why should he be immune? Why should he be immune to our skullduggery and our tomfoolery?
I mean, it's appropriate when you hear him drinking the water because you go like, oh my gosh, he is like a tank. But I don't know. I mean, like Diesel. Like he's looking it up like it's Diesel. He's sucking it up and maybe that's what it is. He's drinking the water like a tank would drink up Diesel, and so maybe that's why I keep thinking tank all the time. It's got to be what it is.
Now I want a Hummer.
I bet you do.
You want a Hummer? Get you a Humvee. You can swing by the Army Navy store, buy yourself some old military clothes, and pin buy a bunch of medals off of eBay and pin them on your chest.
Yeah.
You can drive around town and make everybody salute you at stop signs and shit like that.
Foo, you were never in the military, right?
Thank me for my service.
Yeah.
Foo,
I was never in the military.
Yeah. You don't strike me as the military. You're like me. You're like that buck the system kind of guy. like I wanted to be in the military, but I was also very again anti-establishment.
I wanted to fly jets, but my eyes weren't good enough. So
Yeah, me too. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be
missed it by like 10.
I wanted to be a
Whatever it is,
miniature the
10.
VJJ.
the JJ.
The VJ.
He's gonna have us all
I got my stutter back on.
Yeah, I had 2030 vision, and they wanted 2020. Preferred 2015.
Yeah.
And you would not believe how many phone calls I would get over and over and over.
It's no longer the case that they accept corrected vision now.
They do,
Really?
Yep.
Oh, that's messed
I
up.
feel bad about it because even with my vision, I could have flown, cargo planes for the military and stuff like that, but they would not. But I wanted to fly. I was all Top Gun era kid, so I was like, woohoo! I want to be that.
Spectred says, U.S. Army forward air traffic controller here. Worst of times during, best of times after. Not congratulate. What am I saying? Thank you for your service. I appreciate it. And it sounds. I've always heard that air traffic controlling is like a pretty stressful job. I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard it.
The shortage of.
I'll take a minute here and brag on him. He's actually what's called a forward air traffic controller, and that's a world difference. Those guys are snake eaters. They're badasses. They're trained. They're airborne. These guys they're the guys that they send in danger close to enemy to call in airstrikes and all that kind of stuff. So you got to make sure you understand the key word.
He's got the laser pointer.
They're called facts. They're called facts. Yeah, these guys are they act as a liaison from the troops on the ground to the aircraft in the air to deliver ordnance. And it's incredibly dangerous. And it's a rigorous training. It's evidenced by for the Air Force, they wore berets. They don't just let anybody sport a beret in different colors. We've covered this ground before, denote different military occupational specialties. But yeah, if Special Ed was indeed, and I have no reason to doubt him, if he was a forward air controller, then he's deserving of our respect. And his name is fitting because you got to be half crazy to do a job like that. Special Ed's perfect.
Well, and you got to be kind of detached from your emotions because you got shit flying all over while you're trying to figure out the coordinates. It must be a crazy job. Ooh, that came on quick. Sorry about that, guys.
I didn't hear nothing. Donald's asking a question about, hey, Casey, is there a correlation to the height of the wedge and the distance from where the trend line meets to the breakout to the left of it? I'm having a hard time imagining those words all put together. So, because I'm more of a visual type. I'm just more of a visual learner. But anyways, you're saying yes. I'm wondering if there's a mathematical way to predict the distance. So if it is a flagpole pennant type situation, it's not always. I mean, remember that there's always a certain level of it's never a 100% type situation. But when you're looking at it on a flagpole and a pennant type situation, what you should have is you should have the amount of time from your bottom of your flagpole to the top of your flagpole. So if this is a consolidation period and for this, and I'm just using this as an example on a 5-minute time interval for today. But if this were the flagpole, you would want to see consolidation that occurs for roughly about the same time that your flagpole is in upwards momentum. So in this particular case here, we've got 3, 6, 9 bars because I don't think it's really started consolidating just yet. So if 9 bars is your top, or maybe this is your top, I don't know. It just depends on where. So it's either 8 or 9 bars. It looks like it's going to be 9 at least. And then you would want to see 9 bars of consolidation with your flag. Again, it's not it's not always a 100% all the time going to occur like that, but it should be something along those lines, and that would be usually a sign that it's going to have a continuation upwards. But it doesn't, it doesn't. Again, not always 100%. I don't know if I can. Let me see if I can show you one. I guess we could probably use this right here. Maybe as a possibility. Let's see. So what's our bottom? It looks like to me the bottom's going to be this candle right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like maybe 6, because 6 ends up here, and these points are all consolidation underneath. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. It's actually really only 4 data points. So you should have consolidation for 4 periods. And obviously, I would probably take out, because of the way the stock trades in the aftermarket hours and pre-market, I would kind of take that out, the extended hour portion of time when you're looking at something like this. And when you take that out, this is what it looks like here. And so, yeah, it's probably not what this is. I'd have to go try and see if I can find one. I'll tell you what, though. It sounds to me like you're really, really interested in pattern analysis. And what I'll do is give you a website to use to maybe kind of take a look at some of the rules, that the Bukowski rules in pattern analysis. Typically, if you go to Google and you just type in Bukowski chart patterns, the very first thing that you'll find is, because I always forget the site name, but it's called thepatternSite.com. This is probably one of the best sites I've found that you can use to do some research on stuff like that. Great website that should give you an analysis criteria for different patterns and what you should expect, and the probability. It also gives you the probability of what you should expect if you're seeing a certain pattern. And there's tons of them in there. I'm actually looking for, let's see. I think you want to type in pennant for that one. Pennants. Yeah, this is pretty good. This is a good example of what I'm talking about here, I think. So I typed in pennants on that website, pulled it up here. This is pretty good patterns here of what it is that I'm talking about. So you got 1, 2, 3, and I'd say 4, at least 4 time periods there on the pull. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this one actually goes out to 6, 7, and makes a break at 8. So it's almost double the length, which is, in my opinion, I like to see it a little bit more close to the same amount of time, but this one's got double the amount of time in here. Before price starts moving up and moving on to the next level of support and resistance. But you should like this website. I think this website will give you a lot of the answers that you're looking for. Here's one. Look at this one. This is probably perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and on the 8th point it breaks. That's textbook right there. This is what I like to see. I'm not so comfortable when I see double the amount of time in the pennant. portion of the flagpole. I don't like seeing that because I get a little uncomfortable about the idea that it's definitely going to be breaking the direction that I want it to. Or don't want it to, whichever way you want to look at it. But that's just, again, anytime you're using any kind of strategy in trading, you always want to test it out and make sure that you feel comfortable. More often than not, you're right than wrong. That's the main key goal in trading is that, anything greater than 50% of the time is a win. If you're winning 51 over 49% of the time, you're winning.
Wiener.
And Donald's saying, I'm assuming that other variables are also important, like volatility. They can be, yes. Larry, I'll check it out on my Brickman. TB says, during low volatility period wedges, it's interesting to see the false breakouts only to go back into the wedge and then break out closer to the tip. Very, very interesting, right? And sometimes what I'll do is I'll use those, like this one right here, like I've got this wedge set up here. But you'll notice that I had this wedge set up from a previous point in time where I was using other data points to kind of come up with, kind of come up with where the support and resistance lines are. So if it doesn't hold exactly within, I'm just kind of looking for like a relative point. And so if I go out to 30 minute, you see here that I'm using like some major candle wicks here. I don't like doing this. So whenever I draw off of like super tall candle wicks like this, it's always kind of like sketchy. But I took it. I went ahead and took it and said, okay, well, let's just kind of take this as a potential level of resistance. And we've got a good 3 touching points in there, and you can see that it's got some other touching points as well. So I feel comfortable enough to say that it's a very good suggestive level of support and or in this particular case, a level of resistance. On the bottom side, it's a level of support, and this candle wick in here is just wicked. No pun intended. But well, actually, kind of, but not really. The candle wick this morning touching right down on it was crazy. I did not see that coming. That was nutty. But yeah, I'm with TB on that. I do find oftentimes that I see price kind of move falsely out of it. And what I would suggest is what I'm looking for, TB, on those. I want the kind of candle that I want to see breaking out of a specific trend line. I want to see a significant candle like this one here. Only this is going the wrong direction, right? Like I want to see a candle that's moving out and then the continuation of that move, so I know it's a solid break beyond a certain level of support and resistance. Like none of these candles in here. This one started to form a nice candle above it, but then you see that the very next candle was like a nope. And so it comes back down. I want to see full-on candles breaking upwards significantly in order for me to know that it's really started to move beyond this level of resistance here. Tom's talking about background music, which I have none going on right now.
I think he's talking about video clips. I might be wrong, but
oh yeah, I got you. Larry's
it's either that or the Knight Rider. It's either that or a Knight Rider song. I'll just leave it lay there.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't hear no Miami Vice.
Airwolf.
Come on, Magnum PI was the best. Magnum PI is the best.
Just stop.
Bum, 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 bum. Come on, man. Although I do have to admit, man, I get really, really pumped up over Airwolf. Airwolf was my thing as a kid, man. I was totally into Airwolf.
Did you ever play the NES game of it?
No.
That's when you call in the A team.
I used to play Name That Tune with my brother and sister growing up, and that was like my favorite. That was my favorite because they would always try to, like, you know, how many notes can you guess it in, kind of thing, right? And I would always do, you know, I do A Team a lot, but we had to do like TV songs, hit songs for the jingles. Thank you. TV intro jingles, and A Team was one of my favorite ones. Dun dun dun, and then you just stop right there and see if they can guess it.
Theme song from Indiana Jones. They always play it anytime he's in any kind of perilous situation, hanging on the edge of a cliff or dangling off a tank. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you can name that one also in 3 beats.
You know what my favorite part is about Indiana Jones, and my dad used to do this all the time. The sound of when they're hitting each other, and it's just like it does. It is such the most ridiculous sound ever. Nobody sounds like that when they're getting hit, but you hear a whoosh. It's always got that, like,
Junior, the pen is mightier than the sword.
I love the sound of the hits in Indy. Let's see if we can find a clip
Where's
on
censor
that.
content? I was about to say, where's censor content?
Let's just do that and see if it pops up. Here we go.
Somebody posted a clip yesterday on X, and it was just that real brief clip from Napoleon Dynamite, where his Uncle Rico is sitting on the front porch and he throws the steak at him and it hits Napoleon in the face while him and Pedro are pedaling the bike. And I don't know why that shit tickles me so bad, but it had me rolling in tears. God, I love that movie.
I think next time we're beating up on somebody, up on somebody in chat, I'm gonna pull that video up and I'm just gonna play it in the background as it's going on.
Which one's that?
The Indiana Jones sound effects of people getting punched.
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun,
No. Just people getting hit. Yeah, the sound effect of people hitting. Yeah.
Moonlit Riffs, he's picking up he's smelling what I'm selling, man. Yeah. Uncle Rico is the shit, man. They're sitting on that front porch, man. They're just eating that big old piece of steak, and here comes Napoleon Dynamite with Pedro on the bike, and he just jumps up and wails that steak across there and hits him right in the face. God, that's funny shit, man.
Yeah, they should make a part 2.
Man, are they taking down the Gary Gensler video? I'm scrolling through my live feed and I can't find any of them now. Didn't Cat Striker post it? I feel like Cat did.
There was a number of people who reposted it.
Look it up.
I haven't seen it. What is it?
Hold on, I'll put it up on the screen.
All right.
Part of it, MSNBC had Gary Gensler on as a guest, and they had dickhead Jim Cramer grilling him, and it was like a hit piece. It was obviously a hit piece on Keith Gill, Rowan Kitty, and he was trying to goad him into essentially saying that they're going to investigate him because this crime had taken place. Jerome, Gary Gensler started getting real animated, and he was trying to tiptoe around it. He was trying to play along with Jim Cramer, but at the same time give the appearance that he was remaining impartial. But he started doing this real dramatic hand gestures, and he started doing the jerk off motion, and he didn't even realize it. It's funny as hell.
No, here it is. I
And,
found
you
it.
know, people like us, people with similar minds as ours, seized on it, clipped it, and put it out there, and it's pretty damn funny. I'm
All
sure
right.
it's gone viral by now.
I reposted it because it's just it's so classic. But
is it in the bubble?
No. I posted it to Twitter. I can hold on a second here.
Oh, Twitter.
I'll post it. It's on Twitter, but I'll post it in the bubble here. Hold on a second. There's the cat. I'll give you the original source for it that I saw, and then put it up over here. So I gotta put this up, and then I gotta.
Town Turtle says it's called air cocking. That's the first time I've heard that, Turtle? Is that what it's called, air cocking? I'm always, I'm a lover of the English language, and I'd like to learn expand my vocabulary at any opportunity. So I appreciate you sharing that with us. Yeah, there it is. That's beautiful.
It fits almost perfectly the Indiana Jones hits.
I said somebody needs to invert his hand so that he's cupping the balls, and then they need to add a little squirt, like up at the top left hand of the screen. You need to have like a little like squirting coming out.
This shit's hilarious.
The money shot.
Oh my goodness.
Put a big green candle in his hand and have it squirting.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm a minimalist. Sometimes less is better. Just something squirting up at the top of the screen, and then I just want his hand flipped over.
Fu and Yucca are sitting here tallying up the times today. Casey made things raunchy. How many am I at now, Fu?
He's got one of those little clickers, like an umpire at a baseball game has, or one of those little grocery clickers where he's clicking every time.
How many, Fu? What am I at now? Yucca, how many you got me tallied up for here?
I think a lot of people took offense. They got offended that you didn't think that they could maintain a sense of decorum and civility. I think you might have made some enemies yesterday. I might even be one of them. Now that I think about it, maybe I need to be offended too. I'm not sure. I have to think about it some more.
And Dynamite says, "Good old Gazer Beam Gary." That's right.
Understand guys like that. I don't understand a man who fails to recognize an opportunity to make his mark, a legacy, to leave something behind that's lasting long after he's dead and gone, beyond the few bullshit bureaucratic titles. So what? You were the fucking chairman of the Fed, or you're the fucking chief counsel for the Fed, whatever. Those titles are fine, but to do something that solidifies your spot in history, and I don't know how much better it could be than to go after like some of the most wealthy people in history for crimes. I just don't get it that they don't see the opportunity.
I need to invert, or not invert. I need to swap over Gazer. I'm feeling like I can maybe fit Gazer Beam Gary on there. Let's see if I can. How do I do this? Filter. Pretty sure there's a way for me to do this.
If I had the unlimited power, I would make the Gary Gensler banner at the bottom disappear, because it's blocking. It's just a distraction. I would take his hand somewhere just above his cuff of his shirt, and I don't know how they do it on it. I don't understand it, but to manipulate his hand to where it's the same position, because he's got it arched, like he's got it cupped his palm, but it needs to be rotated so that it's up a little bit. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't even have to be lowered any to work. It just needs to be upside down. And then at the top of the screen, that black corner at the top left, it screams out for a nice white squirt, you know, just like something flying across the screen or the emoji of the little squirting, that would be perfect.
And then one of the back.
Alas, I lack the ability to do these things, but a man can dream.
And then the signs in the background, instead of whatever it says, put GME and AMC in the background. Somebody got to do it.
Or if you could just take the laser beam, if you could superimpose just the laser beam on his eyes, instead of changing out his whole head, if you could just make his eyes like neon blue.
I can't do this. I'm not a video editor kind of guy.
Yeah, I don't either. I have all these wonderful ideas and I can barely turn on the poker game. So
Yeah.
I just need to sit down and shut up, stay in my lane.
I'm just not I just need to not. That's what I need to do.
You know somebody out there is going to do it.
You need to Photoshop him. Instead of letting him talk, he just needs to have his mouth gaping open, like a big his pie hole. It's just like wide open, like he's ready to catch. Yeah, just some fine tuning, just a little adjustments there.
I think somebody already put in Gary Gensler with some kind of lightsabers or something. I'm not sure. Oh, I see what they did. Okay, somebody's already got this in here. Hold on a second.
Oh yeah, there's going to be people.
Yeah, hold on.
Putting work on this. Joke's got legs.
All
This
right.
thing's going to be around for days.
There you go. There it is. Does this have sound? Doesn't look like there's any sound on here. Yep. That's oh boy.
See, that's what I'm saying. They got to take the Gary Gensler. They got to take that banner out of there because it's blocking the little guy.
We're gonna be like all day long, Beavis and Bud over here.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Get him.
Yeah. Do it.
Do it. Harder.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't
go, baby,
stop,
go.
Beavis.
Don't stop. You're almost there. Keep going.
This guy, Gary Gensler, he was the guy that got cracked in the ass in the towel in the locker rooms. He got snapped at the beach. He was a guy always bullied and picked on. He rises to one of the highest positions of power in finance, and he's still just catching all the smoke.
Glenn says he's going to score. He's totally scoring.
Yeah, that's perfect, Glenn. He's totally scoring.
Oh, my goodness. We are such children around here.
I need FTDs for my portfolio.
All right, how many do you know, Yucca? What's my tally point here? Yucca? Tally points?
I need FTDs for my portfolio.
That's the best. I love
that's
that.
That's a good one. That's a piratism. I just
That
made
is.
that one up
That's
on
a
the
great
spot.
one. I love that. I need FTDs for my portfolio.
Not keeping up.
Oh, okay, all right.
I need FTDs for my portfolio.
He said butt. Oh boy.
He said short exempt.
You don't like the shorties.
Pull my thingy. Oh my goodness. All right, shall we take a look at some numbers? Come on.
If we have to.
Yeah. I'm going to beat myself up here real quick.
Whoa, she's creating a hostile environment in my pants.